Hey everybody, are you feeling good? Are you feeling good? Are you feeling like doing a little bustin'? A little bit of bustin'? Can we have some bustin' as a treat? Is that okay? Because I feel like as like a trans woman, I'm not allowed to make any jokes. I'm not allowed to be spicy. I'm not allowed to come at you in a debate. I don't know, I'm supposed to just sit on my ass and say ooh all the time, and that is Bread2's expectation of me. That is the DebateBros expectation of me, right? Just be useful. Like, right? When I get criticized for being transphobic, be like, no, he's not. You don't understand. You don't know him like I know him. I'm his friend, and if he was transphobic, he'd be transphobic to me too, right? Oh my god, yeah. This is the transformation, chat, that I have undergone this year. And it's wild. It's absolutely wild. Uwu and meow, that's right, that's right. Oh my god, chat, I'm like so not ready for the stream. I feel like there's like stuff that I need to add to the edit, and let's add some more something to something. Okay. So what have we got? We've got like a year in review, a whole year of me making videos on, wait, no cootie shaming, that's the wrong chat. Of me making videos on YouTube and using the wrong chat always and eating on stream. That's also the wrong chat. That one needs to be refreshed. Properties and refreshing the chat and something like that. Yes, it is definitely a banger. Speaking of bangers, I just wanted to like, I just wanted to draw your attention to something, okay? Something that I found that's kind of interesting, all right? So let's take a look here at my Twitter, right? All right, so you got this tweet right here, which that could probably use a few more likes, you know, just to get more people in the stream. It's kind of a tough day to stream, right? And this is sort of an important stream. I don't know. This is sort of a crucial stream. This is crucial to everything that we're going after in the next year. This is gonna set all that up. So, you know, a little bit more on there, but like look, here's what I want to like really draw your attention to. Look, I tweet meow, and that's kind of a banger tweet for as late 2:30 a.m. 5 o'clock in the morning, like Eastern Standard Time. That's kind of a banger tweet for that, right? You know, and then I tweet this, which like you would think this would be just like total bait. This would be drama bait right here. You would think this shit would be like wild, right? Okay, so Vosh says estrogen makes it hard to nut. Twitter transes are always talking about it. Keep up, right? And you know, I'm just saying, don't take medical advice from someone who thinks that titty skittles make you less orgasmic. Keep up or stay in your lane, salty, right? Not sponsored by Skittles yet. All right, you'd think that this would be the banger tweet, but it is a sleeper tweet, and I don't even know. Do people just like not like drama? Oh, there we go. There's some interaction. I'm doing a Haas, okay? I'm doing a Haas. I'm gonna come on stream. I'm gonna be like, we're not doing anything. We're not doing anything else until this tweet gets like 100 likes. I'm gonna pull a Haas and just like brigade my own tweets. Brigade my own tweets on stream, right? So we gotta We gotta brigade that shit. We gotta absolutely 100% brigade that shit. But yeah, it's just weird, right? Because like I don't know. I think I know how Twitter works, and isn't it supposed to be the platform about like, you know, drama? Isn't this supposed to be the spicy one? And yet, whenever I do a spicy tweet, it's just like, and I'm like it's like the Shaq meme, like, you know, spicy tweet, I sleep, meow, you know, like whatever the else Shaq. Oh yeah, my Shaq's eyes turn start glowing. But yeah, that's how this works. Okay, that's how this works. Um. Okay, so we got 10 people in here. Yeah, if you want to help me get more people in here, because this is kind of these numbers are kind of worrying me. Okay, like right, we're getting less and less and less, right? So help me out with and you know, maybe it's the holidays. Maybe I can cope and say it's the holidays, right? Even though I know that, like, you know, yeah, there's less like people watching, but there's also less content being made, so it's not a real, you know, you shouldn't actually cope on that, right? Like that's not that's not that's not good copium there, right? But like, you know, maybe I could say that, right? But yeah, the things that'll help change that dynamic are liking this this here VOD that you're watching, this here stream, and maybe the Twitter thread too. All right, and I'm seeing that chat, as always, is giving me excellent advice. It's the best place to get advice. Look, if you want to get advice about, like, HRT as a trans woman, you should probably go to Vosh. Go to Vosh. Vosh is the one that's going to tell you the real deal of how HRT works and what drugs do what, you know? And just, yeah, just definitely ask somebody, like, that knows like that, right? That's how we do here on NCC. And if you want to get technical advice about, like, running OBS correctly and you know, like all kinds of tech stuff, go to Nocommentchick, right? That's where you go for that. You just got to know who the experts are. Obviously, Vosh is the expert on HRT. I am the expert on tech. I am the expert on all things tech, right? The shiny pokey daddy. I don't know, chat. I don't even know how Twitter works. Like, I swear to God, some people like see Vosh on my timeline. They're like, oh, she likes Vosh. And like, no, no, no. And then Vosh will see it and be like, oh, she hates me. So it's like the worst of both worlds anyway. So here's what we're doing. All right. We're we're brigading not this one, right? Like, I don't know. That's just me being salty. That's just me being salty, but yeah, brigade this one. This is the one to brigade. Yeah, we're gonna get into this, okay? So it has been a year. That is true. That is true. Okay, I've been making content. Probably, yeah, like, you know, started a little like. Okay, so like November, September of 2020, that's when my real like content on YouTube starts, right? And you know, it's just been a wild ride ever since then. Like, we grew exponentially. We got hit by DebateBros, who had a lot of the overlap with our audience, and we lost some of those people that are like, they're all for trans rights until it comes to actually standing up to their favorite debate bro, right? They're all for trans rights unless Dylan's on the other side of that shit, right? So we lost some people there, but then we started gaining people back. It started growing by itself, and despite the suppression and despite the attacks, right? As soon as I hit 1,000, these people hit me. It's a weird thing, chat. The second that I got to 1,000, I get hit with the first wave of dog piles. And then I get to 1,000 again, and like the same shit happens. So one wonders, what is it about this cat girl that the debate bros don't want you to hear? Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look in my Hey, what's up, Umar? Let's look into my crystal ball if I can find it. Where is it? Oh yeah, there's the crystal ball. All right, so if you look at my videos, right, I'm putting up a bird brains. I'm doing some React to Vosh and Contra. We've got the plastic the Bustin' Love video. But it's not until you do this like I do this stream of Vosh debating Tim Pool, you know, that's when it sets off. Okay, right? So, you know, then I cover some of that, and then Lauren Southern. You know, this is funny because this looks like it's a hot video, but I swear to God, like 370 of these views are from Lauren Southern fans, right? It's a hot video with the right wing coming to try to dunk on me, right? For talking about Lauren Southern. And I was like way too nice to her anyway. We got, you know, Jordan Peterson, we got more bird brains. Like this is, none of this is doing numbers. None of this is Logan Paul. Nobody cares. Crowder, nobody cares about Crowder. Like, clearly nobody cares about Crowder. Nobody really cares about Sargon. People kind of care about slut shaming, I guess. Right? Nobody cares about Senpai Chow. Nobody cares about, well, you know, that's starting to do numbers. Oh, wait, here we go. Destiny versus Tim Pool. So Destiny, like, wait, people debate Tim Pool, and I got numbers, all right? Demon Mama debates Destiny, and I got numbers, right? So, right here, this might be the first time that I got critical with a debate, bro. This is probably the first time that I got critical. Because if you watch any of these, like, you know, these, like, Vosh debates, like, right? Oh, here's in cosplay. Let's look at the difference, right? But this dude makes the channel. The dude makes the channel. It's all about him.
No, they're not tasty to me. Because
why is YouTube acting like this? Okay.
That wasn't cool.
We're gonna have to do this.
And so I do apologize for that.
Well, an auspicious beginning to this debate.
Well, hopefully we can have a good, you know, debate together. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your girlfriend. That's very, very unfortunate.
Where's the actual shit, and why is this
only as like a reformed like shitlord, not as like a shitlord proper? And
talking about Dusty and Xander Hall? Where's like
what's that?
Videos that are either sexist or racist or don't match my current person.
Were problems in Pennsylvania that I'm most familiar with, as I'm involved in politics here, that I'll be able to talk about. We had a court case that ruled that actually in Pennsylvania, Republicans in the Philadelphia area were not permitted within 6 feet.
Okay, so this is me doing the first, I guess, the first Vosh on the Hippy Dippy, you know, debate. And, you know, right here, I'm not really making any waves. I'm just like, oh, cool, yeah, go DebateBros, beat Rob Noor, beat Lycan, beat the other conservative. Oh, yeah, fucking last username, CTV, you know. I'm just like a cheerleader here, right? I'm dressed like Jolene Joestar. Okay. But I'm not acting like Jolene Joestar. I'm not acting like Jolene Cujo here. Okay, that's better. Yeah, something like that. I pressed the wrong thing, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, so yeah, here's me being like just kind of useful for the debate bros. Yeah, I'm down here. Let's fix this. Hey JK, what's up? Alright, so if you don't know, if you just got here, which some of you just did, and I'm like marking you tardy. No, just kidding. I'm not marking you tardy. I promise I'm not marking you tardy. Okay, so yeah, we're talking about a year in review with me. We're just looking back at my old videos, right? And we're trying to figure out, yeah, there's NCC with green hair. That's pretty based. We're trying to figure out, why did the debate bros like hate me? Why are they scared of me? What's going on? Why was I targeted, right? Because we established that every time I come close to 1,000, 1,000 subs on YouTube, I got hit. I got hit with some massive cancellation campaign. So we're trying to figure out like what's behind that, right? So right here, it doesn't look like anything. I'm just like cheerleading for Vosh, cheerleading for Dylan, being like, ooh, woo, debate bros, come and, do the debates. Notice me. I literally say, notice me, senpai, in this video. I'm literally notice me, senpai to Vosh, right? Wait, can we Wait, let's just try to go back to this. I want to see the notice me senpai part. Oh my god, chat, I'm so pissed right now. I think I need to reset my shit. I think I need to reset everything cuz like it's slow as fuck, but YouTube's weird with that. YouTube's really weird with that. Like do you see what it's doing? Do you see what it's doing?
Is that a banana? It's a monkey eating.
I literally gotta close like everything. Sorry. I'm gonna try to just see if I can close out of everything.
So as you can see, this is the first time I've ever done this streaming thing before. This is completely new to me. I'm a little bit scared. Irene was supposed to stay up and help me, but as you can see, she's asleep. She fell asleep working on the thumbnail. That's what happened. And so I have to do this all by myself. And
oh yeah, so all my streams used to go on, like they'd go on really late at night.
I guess this is what streamers do, right? They watch monkeys eat bananas? Is that a banana? It's a monkey eating a banana. This seems like kind of a dog bites man sort of story, right? I don't really see... Like, if the monkey ate... I don't know, a burrito bowl? Why is that? I'm saying a burrito bowl. If the monkey... the monkey sipped a cappuccino, that would be something to like... Can we find that? Can we find that? Monkey sipping cappuccino. Okay, chat. I promise I won't waste too much time. This is just the douchebag buffer, though, to make sure that everybody here is like real people and not fake people. Because we don't want
to make sure that I yeet as many viewers as possible, right? I'm like, where's the notice me senpai shit?
Of the show. Okay, I mean, like, to be fair, Xander was not the first one to strike in that particular This is boring. If this I don't think it's gonna be boring though. I don't think it's gonna
Oh my god, it's just, you have to trust me that I say notice me
Keep
senpai
moving.
somewhere here.
That was Monkey Boo. Okay, chat. We're through the douchebag buffer. None of you are douchebags. You're all cool people. You're all real. As real as me, at least. So the question is, okay, Xander Hall versus Dusty. Let's start off with that. And then we'll do Vosh on the Hippie Debbie afterwards. Unless this is boring. If this I don't think it's gonna be boring though. We need to. Okay, so here's what we do. We find. Oh my god, Xander Hall. Do you have to do content on friends of the show? Okay, I mean, like, to be fair, Xander.
See,
was
I just don't want to pick sides here.
In that particular.
I just don't want to pick sides. Right?
Okay, what am I looking
I'm like,
for?
oh no, Xander Hall or Dusty. Oh, I like them both.
Yes.
I like them
It's this one.
both.
And this was actually only after the video had been seeing 66,000.
Improve your listening skills, please. So, yeah, hopefully me not having slept doesn't harm my debate.
God, I mean, like, I'm not Xander Hall's coach, okay, obviously, because he didn't ask me first, but
See how nice. Oh my god, I'm way too nice.
just in general, like, I don't like to debate when I'm, like, low on sleep. It's like, bad things can happen. Really bad things really cringe things can happen.
Skills, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't mean it will. Like, maybe Xander's fine, but, like, I don't know. It's just, like, there's no reason to open up the door to that. I don't know.
I'm sure I'll do fine. I hope this goes good, Dusty. One of the
Probably,
people who
yeah,
stopped me from
probably.
being
See,
the
I'm
right,
just
and
trying to give helpful advice of like, maybe don't do your debate at the end of the stream, and I'm like making it. I'm like just so that I don't hate Xanderhall, but like I think sleeping before you're, like not being tired during a debate, that's probably a good idea, right? Oh no, see, you don't understand, Umar. I literally can't reset. I literally can't reset. Yeah. So what happens if I reset is that you get a different stream. Like it's YouTube, right? So if I reset, like it's going to be resetting into it. And on Twitch we could reset and we could just come back into the same stream, right? But on YouTube that doesn't work. So what I'm trying to do is just close down everything, to make this run as smoothly as possible. Oh, Chrome. Chrome is probably doing it to me. I would guess that I want to blame Chrome. Okay, so trust me, there's like a Notice Me Senpai in there somewhere. There's 100% a Notice Me Senpai. And yeah, so then I got videos on Sargon. Wait, is everybody seeing this? Yeah. Sargon, Logan Paul, more Sargon. Oh yeah, okay. Demon Mama versus North the Mage. And then here's the first one where I kind of picked a side, right? Because I was always trying to like just be nice to Dusty, be nice to Xanderhall, be nice to everybody, because you want them to like shout you out, you want them to like you want the senpai to notice you, right?
I think that's a bad thing, but the fact of the matter is that the biggest enabler of the email campaign was your own words. I think
Midnight
that we
Dives
can
says, I
acknowledge
heard
that,
Steven say
what you
she
said there
when
is
referring
pretty
to
fucking
Lexi.
inflammatory.
That's not what we're talking
Wait, we are though, because what you're saying is that people retweeting and commentary.
Then fine.
Oh, wait.
Then the biggest enabler of Lexi being called mentally
I
ill
know
was her
how to
was
tweeting.
you.
find
No, it was
No,
you.
it was her tweeting at me. She should
Really? Oh my god,
Easy.
Destiny.
So easy.
Destiny,
Because you know
come
what?
on.
If she could just keep my name out of her fucking mouth for more than fucking
You're
10
a public
tweets, then
figure.
You know
You're
what?
so-
Well, hey, and you know
Okay,
what? She's
this is-
attacking a public figure on a public platform. So
This
you know
is-
what? Well,
this
then I
is-
can attack her.
This is what it boils down to. This is ultimately you're bending over backwards to find any justification.
I'm
that
not. I'm literally just using your justification.
No,
I
you're
don't even
not.
have to make the arguments. You're making them for me, and then I'm just like changing some of the nouns around. That's what's happening here. I know that you don't see it.
I
but
don't feel like that. I feel like
I know you don't
Whoa,
feel that way, but
whoa,
that's
whoa.
literally what's happening.
Changing the nouns around? Chat, does that phrase sound familiar to anybody else? Has anybody else recently read, like, I don't know, let's say like a Discord screen grab with the words, just the nouns changing? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I don't know if these two things are connected at all. Maybe they just both happen to mention that phrase. But there's a take going around of another, like, left tuber, like a left tuber that I always thought, like, their name was, like, Libertarian Socialist Project, but apparently it's not. That's not their name. Their name is not Libertarian Socialist Project. Their name is actually Little Salty Penis. That's their actual name. Okay, so so you got that right. Okay, so their name is Little Salty Penis, and Little Salty Penis was like talking some shit about like Elliot Page, and use that same phrase. So now I'm like wondering, are there dog whistles? Are there DGG dog whistles that I don't know about, chat?
Oh my god.
What I'm saying is, like, do you know how deep the rabbit hole goes? You're totally lost. Okay.
All right, so this is the first like thing that I say that's a little bit provocative. And why is it provocative? Because I'm calling out LSP, liberal, so not libertarian, liberal sanity project. Yes, not libertarian socialist project. The opposite, right? I'm calling out, I'm calling out a lib, like, right? This is the first time I actually like, and I'm kind of calling out DGG too, although I guess I don't realize it. Hey, Jennifer.
This is a tweet. I don't think this is anything anybody like doesn't want me to share.
Wow, okay, so I'm really hard to watch too, because like, I mean, I'm talking about something, but I won't say it, and yeah, but anyway, yeah, this is me trying to be spicy, right? I guess, or, trying to at least, because like, what had happened is that like, Libertarian Socialist Project said something fucked up about Elliot Page on a Discord, and the screenshot was going around, right? So that's what I'm referring to there, but I'm like being super like, you know what I'm talking about, I want to say it, but there's a little salty penis out there that's like talking some shit. So that is what, yeah, baby spicy, right? So not very spicy at all.
Ill, you're supposed to call somebody's identity mental illness. You're supposed to typify, the dog whistle works with the, identity equal mental illness. That's the dog whistle. And if it's just mental illness without like the identity equated to it, it isn't the dog whistle. Now, could it still have the same impact? Absolutely. And like,
oh my god, do you see how tired I am?
Hard argument to advance to say that it doesn't have a potential to do that. Yeah, it does.
That it's kind of shitty.
And so people, intent.
So yeah, I end up taking a stand for Demon Mama against Destiny, right? For Demon Mama against Sleepy Irene. Meow meow everybody, meow meow. So if you're just joining us, this is our year in review. I'm rewatching some of my cringe old videos when I'm like, carrying water for these debate bros, right? When I'm a lot way too nice to them. So there we go with it. Like, I am saying, Demon Mama's right. Like what Destiny said about Doe. This is a long time ago, but Destiny, was using like accusations of like mental illness, right? On actually not just Doe, but like a bunch of trans streamers, right? And Demon Mama correctly calls that out. That is a trope, and that is the trope is that like, being trans is a mental illness. Is what like, transphobes will say. Destiny's not exactly saying that, but it's like that. This is like, what we have later on with Eris, where you're activating a transphobic trope. The transphobic trope already exists, and you're sort of using that, right? Without saying, well, I'm not saying it about all trans people. I'm just saying it about this trans person, but you kind of got to be careful. So I take a little bit of a stand, pro Demon Mama, anti-Destiny. Also the fact that just like, this is a debate, this is a blood sports debate. At the time I'm liking this, right? I'm liking blood sports debate, and I see Destiny, Mr. Bloodsports himself, being like, Demon Mama was too mean to me in the debate. And I'm just like, oh, please, go fuck yourself. Like, no, like that's not, you know what I mean? Like, this is where I start to notice that trans streamers are held to a different standard than cis streamers, right? That Destiny can get away with a lot more than Demon Mama. All she was doing was going hard on him on something she, disagreed with. And he's, his response is just pure, salt. Is this the one with the Notice Me Senpai?
Yes, it is. It's like an album cover, right? Is that an album cover? Oh my god, what in the world? What are we looking at? I don't want to do this, chat. I'm not trying to make cringe content here. And I don't know. For all I know, maybe it's like the best song ever. Just like I made the best. What do you think about my thumbnail, chat? what that is. What did he... Okay. That doesn't look super, like, TOS-y. And there was what? Oh my god, 13 seconds. Ooh. Oh my god. Chat, that actually, like, looks like some... It's like saying reboot me, chat. It's almost like asking me to reboot. Hallo, mein Name ist Asuka und ich komme aus Deutschland. Okay, no, I can't even. Oh my god, don't. Okay, so yeah, we're doing like cosplay debate analysis, like late drop-off rates work when I'm boring. Oh no, oh no. I am here to cover it. Let's get right into it. The first thing we're going to look at is Destiny. Haha, I misdirected you. Thought it would be Vosh. No, this one's close. This one's shorter. And look. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Okay, so I've reviewed the Demon Mama debate, kind of come out against Destiny at this point. We do some more right-wing cringe with Mecha Random 42, who, like, I end up feeling bad about, like, dunking. Yeah, this was my first big successful dunk on a right-winger thing, and it's Mecha Random 42. Does anybody in here even know who Mecha Random 42 is? I mean, she's bigger than me, but she's not big. Alright, we should just do the stream another day, honestly. Like, I'm seriously considering just, like moving this somewhere else. Okay, just kidding. Chat, just kidding. I just picked a really bad day to stream, apparently. You know, like, I've got the, you know, the blue hair. You know, it's funny because I feel like there's a lot of the, like, traditional, like, trappings of SJW-ness here without any of the cream filling that you're so accustomed to with people like myself, you know? Like, I've got the, you know, the blue hair on the outside, chat, but I've also got the blue hairs in my soul, right? But, like, this is a little different, isn't it? This is like this big red is like a little. Big butt? This is like how not big? The same as this is not my auntie's big red, right? This is a new. I'm just having computer troubles, and I should have restarted my kind of SJW energy that's maybe like been like kind of like turned inside out like an organ or something, where like the organ's inside out and the digestive juices are all squirting around and like I don't know. I'm imagining it has a face, chat. I don't know if digestive organs have faces. Probably not, but like I'm imagining it's turned in on itself and it's like, wait, is this like a SJW? It's kind of inside out. What the hell? What am I looking at? Jesus. Am I kink shaming? Busted. That kink. Yes. If your kink is to get canceled by the Vampire Castle, yes, I'm shaming you, okay? Is that okay? Can I shame that particular kink and no others? Okay, so yeah, this is like, oh my god, you're gonna get to hear like a lot of this because I'm using this as like my.
If you really want to help support that, you can like.
Meow, 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 meow. I'm gonna get DMCA'd if I don't shut up. Sorry. Yes. Must shut up right now. I must. Oh wait, what? Oh, what? Yes! Oh my god, good. Chat, do you know how good it is? Do you have any fucking clue how good it is? It's so good. It's
And
so
apparently
good.
they
It's so
did.
good.
They
Sorry,
they knew
chat.
exactly.
But it's so good. Hi.
You know,
How are you doing? I think I've seen you on Twitter before. Yeah, like when are we gonna have our debate? Oh, we're not. You're not gonna get back at me about. Okay, let's see.
might have taken.
I was just curious, right? Because I'm down to do that shit. Anytime you are. So, but yeah, no, I mean, like I'm not like trying to say you debate me or anything like that. It's just like if you want to, though, it's out there for sure. It's definitely out there.
complaints about this game a little bit more seriously until I actually looked at the game.
There's Mecha Random's intro.
Okay, well, let's see.
Hello, everyone.
Let's not make any assumptions about what kind of take we're gonna see here just because of what kind of takes we've seen in the past. It could be totally different. And look, you have good SEO, so like that makes me like you already.
I am Mecha Random.
I can't believe I thought that Mecha Random had good SEO.
Less, views than my my latest the Destiny Temple debate, but that's okay.
Oh, and you see,
I'm sure like this is December 9th. Yeah, this is a.
So I'm jumping on a trampoline here. I am commodity fetishism should be kink shame, to be honest. I think what I'm saying is that her kink is to get canceled. Like that she is so ready for people to be like, you're canceled, for the SJWs to come around and be like, Mecha Random 42 bad, right? That it's almost like a kink. It's almost like she wants to be punished by the Vampire Castle. It's almost like she wants to be canceled. So I'm like, that I'm just not feeling that, right?
Newer video too, so yeah.
42, the one, the only, the original, your favorite YouTube consumer advocate, Harpy. What are we, oh, you saw the thumbnail. You know which one we're talking about today.
Okay, Harpies, I'm here for this.
I was all set to edit this massive, epic 35-minute
Chat,
rant
it's so red.
about
Look,
all of the articles
blue,
that came out about this game.
red.
You know, Cyberpunk.
Is this like some kind of like...
which one? Is it this one? Ah, that's it. Cyberpunk 2077. I was looking on Steam. I was looking at playthroughs. I was watching it today before I edited it.
Okay, so Mecha Random's kind of boring, but like, granted, like I dunk on Mecha Random and then I feel bad about it because like she can't dunk back, she can't fight back. It feels bad, right? That's the thing with me. I can't fight an enemy that's like not fighting back, right? That's just like my deal. We got some Jordan Peterson stuff here.
Think about this. Like, Jordan Peterson is motherfucking Captain Hook, okay? Yes. I said it. Jordan Peterson is Captain Hook. Who is Captain Hook? Captain Hook is an ornery old character who hangs out in Neverland with a bunch of lost boys, right? And he's always worried about the alligator, like, that ate his hand, is going to come back for the rest of him, right? The Dragon of Chaos.
The Dragon
Captain
of
Hook
Chaos.
fears the Dragon of
Dragon
Chaos.
of Chaos, little
okay?
dudes.
And who is Peter Pan?
Little dudes.
Other than the reflection of Captain Hook. So Jordan Peterson finds himself in this magical world fractured between these two characters that he's representing, and he's thinking that the strength comes in being the older, more mature character that Captain Hook does some bad things, all right? Captain Hook's not afraid to break a few eggs to make his omelet, right? He's probably killed some of the Lost Boys too, maybe even eaten them. Chat, God, I just made that way darker than it needed to be. I don't know, pirates get hungry. What can I say, chat?
Did I say hungry? I said hungry. I don't think I did that on purpose,
this is
though.
The interplay between like the
that was
the
not my
parts,
Kyle
the
Kalinske
components
moment.
of Jordan Peterson's like unconscious mind, right? In some ways his mind is constantly cannibalizing itself. In some way he is attempting to cannibalize his inner child in order to defeat the weakness inside of himself. But he doesn't understand that he's seeing vulnerability as weakness, and in some ways vulnerability is actually strength. In some ways our vulnerability is the only thing we truly share.
I never knew that. I thought everyone wants to be happy.
Well, think about how empowering it is.
Okay, and there were some late night Minecraft streams like this. Look.
You know what I mean? You can't get a date, but it has nothing to do with you.
Dave Rubin
Against you.
literally putting me to sleep.
Against you, and there isn't a bloody thing you can do about it. So why bother trying?
Look.
Of all the things to tell anyone ever about anything, that's got to be bottom of the list unless you really
Wakes
don't
up.
like them.
Wakes up.
Here's what our job is as parents, as educators, as politicians, as cops.
Oh wow, it's Michaela's podcast. Okay, let's start with Peterson.
Okay,
then.
so yeah.
Welcome to episode 34 of the Michaela Peterson podcast. In this
That's the other trouble with watching right-wingers and dunking on right-wingers, right? Okay, so now you start to see debates pop up in my channel with me in them. This is Prime Kai bringing me on to debate this guy, Dooby. I don't know who that is. Counterpoints? Who is that? I don't know. Vosh is not on this debate, but here's what it is. Okay, I'm really getting pissed by
They're having a spicy debate. Yeah, this is the counterpoints talking about, you know, kind of experiences being a cop, and people aren't exactly sympathizing, right? You know, like, aren't exactly agreeing, and then, like, Destiny comes on, and that's what Destiny will do, is sometimes, I guess, like, watch these panels, and then just kind of swoops in when, like, one gets interesting. And, like, Destiny, why haven't you swooped in on Bird Brains yet? I mean, come on. I think he's afraid, obviously, Chad.
Oh, is he afraid?
Obviously, that good. No, fuck! It's totally afraid of me. I don't blame him. I would be afraid of me, too. Sometimes I...
Okay, so is Destiny afraid of me? Let's find out, okay? Because that question gets answered right here.
I just don't want people to hear you talk and then think, oh, wow, Merrick and Nocommentchick, these two people sound like really cool. And they're both supporting Demon Mama.
So remember what I said? Destiny's too afraid to drop in on Bird Brains? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Person must be cool too, because Demon Mama is not cool. That person is a horrible fucking piece.
So you remember the debate that I reviewed of Destiny and Demon Mama, right? So here's Destiny coming on, talking to American Scrub King. Scrub King has just had a drama with Demon Mama too, right? And Destiny wants to come on because he thinks that I'm going too easy on Demon Mama. Destiny's on here to pill me that Demon Mama is a bad person. Now, do I like Demon Mama at this point? Honestly, I think she's an egomaniac at this point, right? I've dealt with her. I've had her on Bird Brains. Biggest fucking prima donna I've ever had to deal. Like, nobody on Bird Brains has an ego. Everybody's very based, you know. They're smaller creators for the most part, and you know, not that Demon Mama's not that much bigger, but she knows that she's like too good for this shit, right? And it shows, right? So I don't necessarily have a good opinion of Demon Mama at this point. I don't share it. I don't have to blow it up. And also, I realize that behavior, that kind of entitlement and you know, ego display, that's what Destiny does. That's what Vosh does. Demon Mama's running a model. She's 3.0, right? You know, Destiny, Vosh, Demon Mama. She's running that same software, right? So how is she any worse than Destiny? So Destiny comes on, trying to convince me that Demon Mama's bad, right? This isn't some saint. This isn't Mother Teresa. Oh, God, Mother Teresa's problematic, right? But, no, this isn't, like, you know, anybody that's, like, perfect, right? Trying to, you know, criticize from some kind of, like, you know, actual position of virtue, right? It's Destiny trying to, you know, tell me that Demon Mama's bad, and I'm not gonna hear that shit from him. I am not listening to that.
Piece of shit that is like horrible for every issue.
She reminds him of himself. That might be true. It might be a beta fish kind of situation, right?
They claim to represent. She takes everything back farther. She is creating like anti-SJWs every time she has.
And here's a talking point that you're going to hear again and again, right? You're going to hear this talking point that if a trans creator is saying something that a debate bro disagrees with, she is feeding transphobia. She's creating transphobia. She is to blame for her own oppression. I think not, Steven. I think not.
The conversation, like Dude, I felt myself becoming misogynistic just listening to her argue with this girl. I was turning into an incel in real time. Every time she spoke another sentence, I had to kick Mel another like 2 feet away from me because I hated women that much more. Okay, listen, this is not a good person. Do not defend this person. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'm unhinged right now. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I'm my.
Yeah, you're very
It sounds like she's radicalizing you.
Listen.
Yeah, I'm getting radicalized.
You see what I'm doing?
I actually just accidentally subbed to Sargon's channel. I gotta unsub. Hold on.
Okay, Steven, you're here. Hold on, just listen to me for a second. I understand that you have personal issues with Demon Mama. Okay.
I'm like, bring it out, Destiny, bring it out.
Okay. I understand that, but you know, this is not someone that I'm just going to write off. This is someone that I'm going to, you know, continue to be nice to and continue to talk to and engage with. The same way I continue to talk to and be nice to and engage with you, even though people say you're toxic and you're fucking horrible, right? So she's been really, really, really kind to me and really helpful to me when all of this horrible shit is happening to me. So I understand that you have personal issues with her, but I mean, I'm not gonna like sit here and say that she's horrible, and I don't necessarily like or agree with you coming on here and just saying that she's this horrible trash person just because you don't necessarily agree with her, okay?
Wait, hold on. We gotta be very clear here. One, my disagreements with her are not like personal, and it's not just because we have disagreements. I don't like her. I don't like her because I think she's a subhuman piece of shit. It's a much bigger issue. It's not just because, it's not just because like, we disagreed, blah, 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 blah. Now we had our one big disagreement and I didn't really like her person for that. But the reason why I fucking hate her and why I think she's a horrible, disgusting piece of shit is because listening to her conversation with the Scrub King, it felt like every insane SJW compilation I'd ever seen from like 2015, where it was somebody that was like not listening to a single thing, constantly trying to score like horrible dunks, was like getting into these really weird spots where she's explaining to like an African American about how oppression in society and shit works. It was the cringiest thing I'd ever seen. My problems with her weren't personal. It's that she was making horrible arguments, trying to score dunks, trying to tear down another person, wasn't engaging with an argument, and I just think it was so horrible when I listened to it. It had nothing personally to do with me. Like,
but I mean, these are kind of like normal, you know, debate lord tactics. Do you think that she's that much of an outlier, you know, compared to like other people on the platforms? Like, how egregious do you think this is?
So like, I mean, I'm not defending Demon. Do you understand this? Like, right? Demon Mama's somebody I know. Demon Mama's somebody I dealt with. Demon Mama's somebody that's been a little disrespectful to me up to then. It's not a big deal. I'm not gonna, you know, call her out on it. It's just, you know, that's how she is, and you know, whatever. I know who she is, and you know, if there's a subject that I think she's good on, I bring her on Bird Brains for it at this point. But you know, obviously, I'm kind of keeping my distance, right? Because generally an ego like that is a red flag, and you know, maybe so. We'll put more on that later, right? So I'm not somebody that Destiny can't talk to about Demon Mama. I'm not somebody that's like, you know, a Demon Mama stand by any measure, but it's like for him to make this criticism of her, it's just it actually triggers me. It actually gets me. Like, I wasn't gonna say anything, right? Because here's like the biggest person that I've ever talked to, right? At this point, I like Destiny. At this point, I enjoy his content. At this point, I think of him as an overall positive, right? I disagreed with, you know, him in the Demon Mama debate, but like, I'm not anti-Destiny. I'm not pro Demon Mama, but Destiny's kind of pulling me in that direction.
Well, I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, put her on a bell, you know, just put her in a standard deviation for me. Like, do you think she's like worse than, you know, like how much?
Destiny is like, chat, what is standard deviation?
Worse is she than like
chat? What is standard? She said standard deviation.
The average debate lord.
I mean, there's a lot of like. It depends on when you say debate lord. I don't know what that means. Like, some people will call you debate lord. Not that their argument is irrational, but then you've got other people that are like constantly trying to just get like dunks for their YouTube channel and shit, and these are like the worst types of people on the internet.
Okay,
and
so
this is like
in the debate sphere, what would you put her on as far as standard deviation? As far as you think she's bad, right? You think she's on the bad side, but like, would you say that she's like standard deviation 1, standard deviation 2? Like, how far of an outlier do you think she is? Because the way, like, I haven't heard you like go off on somebody like this before, actually. I don't think
she's bad enough that like when I haven't posted my first video.
Oh my god, thank you so much for the super cat. Oh my god, I gotta do something. So we don't have like chat rewards or stream rewards here or anything, but let me at least put on cat ears for every. Yeah, thank you for the super cat. Happy holidays, Irene. Here's a gift for you. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me, JK. Meow meow meow.
Video yet with her because I want her
It's a
to
super
die
cat.
and fade into
Yeah,
obscurity on the
like
internet
me.
and never come back. Like that's how horrible I think this person is. Because it's not just somebody that's
Chat, this is making me feel fat. Can I just say that? Okay. Like, I gained some weight after the Dylan drama. Did you notice? I actually was heavier than this for a while. I was actually, yeah. And I'm like, I'm looking at myself and I'm like, why am I not skinny like that anymore?
like bad and is an annoying conservative. It's somebody that's bad on the left that fucking kills all of my causes. And anytime I argue with somebody, people are going to point to like people like her and go, oh, well, look at like people like her making these types of arguments. And then I have to be like, okay, well, listen, not every trans person is like this. Not every SGW is like this. Not every woman is like this. Not everybody that argues for left-leaning good causes are like this. And it's like that's how horrible this person is. It's not just like debate lord stuff. It's just like horrible human beings.
You actually cheered me up. I was having massive tech problems at the beginning. It feels like it's a little bit better now. Like that everything's running better. I just closed down a bunch of Firefox windows and
stuff.
But yeah.
I can feel you when you say like it's not right for Demon Mama to assume Scrub's intentions, but I also feel like you might have a few logical jumps in your analysis of Demon Mama's intentions. I'm not completely sold on that, but I mean, like I can see what you're saying, and I've been there. Like I mean, I know the feeling of wanting somebody to get the fuck off the internet. Okay, I actually relate to you on that more than maybe a lot of other streamers do.
What is one logical jump that you think I've made?
I don't see the connection, Steven. Like, I think there's like like what is one logical connection that you've made to actually like let me know that like we have a pretty good sense of what her actual intent, because getting somebody's intentions, like that takes so much, like isn't that one of the hardest things to prove in court generally is, you know,
Sure.
if you have to...
After talking to Scrub King for what have you guys been talking for like an hour, 30 minutes? Do you feel like he wants state mandated compliments from women to men?
No, obviously.
But after watching that debate with Demon Mama, I did have questions, right? Yeah, obviously Scrub King is not trying to forward incel talking points, but the problem is, and look at this, oh yes, this is, I always talk about this, look, Destiny, Merrick DeVille, to Scrub King, men's rights, entitlement, and more. I don't call the stream incels, I call the stream men's rights, right? I'm using kind of, you know, stuff that's going to appeal to the Destiny audience, stuff that's going to appeal to the Scrub King audience, right? Because I know that's who's in my chat. Look at Mr. Geek's in my chat, happy as a clam, right? Destiny is canvassing. Oh yeah, so he's canvassing in Georgia. Oh my god, right? And Mr. Geek's a little bit pissed off of the little bit of pushback that I'm giving this debate, bro. And you're gonna see this shit. Stands or orbiters, which Mr. Geek is absolutely attached to the hip to Dylan Burns, right? You know. And they're gonna tend to just like agree with these dudes no matter what they say, right? And I'm just like, I can't take this, Destiny. You are not the person to make this criticism. This is wrong. This is messed up, right? But yeah, I had to really, you know, kind of be nice. And like, you know, when Destiny asked me, is Scrub King a fucking incel? I'm like, oh, of course not, right? I don't think Demon Mama actually said that the Scrub King was an incel. I think that he was stated by Demon Mama as having some like elements of that, or sounding like having some incel-ish takes, right? So these are the hurt dogs that are hollering, right? She hasn't even called him anything. She didn't call him an incel, right? They're acting like she did. They are so afraid of that shit. And like, here's the thing: if you don't want to sound like an incel, don't borrow talking points from men's rights. Don't try to take men's rights and rehabilitate that into something like equal to feminism. Of like, you know, yeah, there's the feminism for the men. No, feminism for the men is feminism, okay? Feminism has a lot to offer everybody, right? Everybody gets hit by the patriarchy, you know, particularly men. The patriarchy also represents a system of social hierarchy within men. The patriarchy also represents expectations of men that really don't have anything to do with, you know, being a man, whatever you want to say that means. Like, you know, it's essentialism, right? So, you know, this is when I start to notice that my job's kind of hard. I'm babysitting a bunch of fucking dumbass MRA adjacent bitchy debate bro stands, right? I realize this is my job. This is daycare or something, right? This is.
So, what kind of a person do you think it would? Do you feel like he's been incredibly stupid? That you've had to be unreasonably patient? That he's like poorly spoken, too dumb to get his opinions out? Do you feel like he's like reasonably intelligent?
Yes, I do. I think she was memeing.
So then, what kind of a person do you think it would take to have a conversation with somebody like the Scrub King and to walk away thinking that they want state-mandated compliments from women?
I think she's just memeing, Steven. I don't think it was supposed to be taken super seriously.
Okay, then Fuentes was just memeing when he talked about putting the cookies in the oven. It's just a meme. It's all
Well,
irony.
hey, hold on. But these are so different, though. Like you're comparing. Really...
This is another debate bro thing. The inappropriate comparison. Like this is just like Nick Fuentes. No, it's not. It's very much not just like Nick Fuentes. It's very different than Nick Fuentes.
The difference is that Fuentes can never hurt somebody like me or describing on the internet, but these fucking piece of shit like Demon Mama can get people.
Hey, and there's too many of you in here who aren't saying anything. It's making me really suspicious. Like, listen, you can talk, okay? If you're here for some other stuff, we're going to get to that later, right? Just because you haven't been here before doesn't mean that you have to be quiet.
Fucking canceled. That's the difference. The difference is that, like, in terms of...
Oh, yeah, they're always worried about cancel culture. They're always worrying about being canceled, right? This is Destiny's thing, is that, like, trans people are going to cancel me. Oh, my God, what am I going to do? Demon Mama's going to say something bad, and I'm going to lose, like, a sponsor or something like that, right? It's this constant fear.
Internet life right now, certain people that follow certain ideologies.
Yeah, we see you.
Are actually way more fucking dangerous to meddle with. If
Clan Ops appreciators.
Nick Fuentes goes on Twitter and calls me like a fucking calls me like a socialist, whatever, a million.
Oh no, you're fine.
Times nobody gives a fuck.
You're fine. Like, look, I'm not. I'm talking to the people that are here that are new to the stream. Go ahead and talk to everybody. We're a bunch of nice people. We're really cool. We're not angry SJWs, and we're not gonna bite your heads off. Okay. But yeah, feel free to talk. Yeah.
But if Demon Mama...
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to pull you away from your cleaning, Max.
The right person to listen and label somebody like me or describing a transphobe, I could lose fucking sponsorships or get fucking banned off of platforms for it. Like,
I mean,
hey,
Steven, you know...
Steven!
Just pushed off of Twitter and someone tried to, like, have this, like, me...
Steven!
Swatted, like, a couple of days ago, right? I mean, I understand...
I know cancel culture, Steven. I know the struggles.
I think
as a pretty young white girl, I understand the struggles. Oh my God, should we show you that one, Chad? I got some cringe of Merrick's that I have been sitting on for a while. Merrick somehow thinks that Aiko Rules is white, and like, well, a pretty young white girl like you're gonna be just bait for cancel culture. They're gonna come for you. Like, seriously, tries to tell Aiko that she's gonna get canceled for being a pretty white girl, right? That is not how that is not how this shit works on so many different levels, right? So don't get me wrong, Merrick's pretty cringe in and of herself. You scratch.
I, of all people,
That's
of
based.
course, understand this. But I don't think she's trying to get him canceled. I just haven't seen that happening anywhere.
Well, even if she's not trying, it's pretty irresponsible to him.
Wait, who is trying to get if anybody's trying to get anybody canceled, this is like Scrub King trying to get Demon Mama canceled right here on my stream. Like, coming to somebody who's had Demon Mama on before, coming to somebody that platforms Demon Mama and trying to convince me that she's a bad person and she hurt him by saying some of his takes were sounded a little incel-y. Like, trying to kind of, like, if anything, she's like giving him advice. If anything, she's like trying to help him. She's not trying to cancel Scrub King. If they're trying to cancel anybody here, it's Destiny and the Scrub King trying to cancel Demon Mama. And even though I got no reason, right? Demon Mama is not my friend, okay? At this point, very few points were we really friendly, right? Demon Mama is just somebody that I bring on, and she, brandishes her ego for, for 2 hours, and then she leaves, right? I don't really know Demon Mama at this point, right? But as much as, I notice her ego. I also notice Steven's ego, and I notice Vash's ego, and I think to myself, hey, she's playing the same game that they are. Maybe underneath it all, she's a different person. So I kind of grant her that benefit of the doubt, because I know that everybody's not the same person that they are on stream, and that, like, what you do as a debate streamer, part of it is brandishing your ego. Part of this is flexing on people, and if that's the game that she wants to play, play. That's the game that she wants to play. It's not my game. It's not, you know, my preference. But like, I don't think that she's any worse than anybody else on this platform, right?
Imply that I'm like an incel or transphobic or anything.
I'm more.
Wait, what are you hawing about? Which part?
Like a manic pixie dream girl fucking from another planet, and you gotta explain to me the ways of Earth because they are very mysterious. Because I came from outer space, and things are different in outer space. Ooh woo. Do you understand?
I mean, that's pretty good to know that, you know, you're taking that seriously. Because honestly, I mean, like, I think even Steven misgendered her. I think Steven misgendered her
I
twice.
think that was I'm pretty sure that he said them, but even if it was most likely an accident. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted, you know, I wanted to talk to him about it.
Intentionally misgender somebody, even for a meme.
I can't believe this is my best video, my biggest number video, right? And it is all because of Steven, right? It is all because it's about Destiny. But it's like, this is not my best shit. This is not my best shit by far. Like, I'm on here with, you know, frankly, two people that are beneath my caliber. Oh, let me flex my ego. Yeah, I'm on here with two people who are intellectually below my level, that are not on my level. All right, and I'm, you know.
No, I don't. Yeah.
I'm just kind of letting them talk.
We're talking about the Steven Demon Mama debate, right?
It was less of a debate and more of a.
Wait, but we're talking about the you know, yeah, you're right. It did devolve pretty quickly, but we're talking about the same thing. I'm just making sure that we're that's the instance that we're talking about, the call between Steven and Demon Mama about.
Yeah.
Was it Lexi and Liv posting that they were talking about, and then it just kind of derailed from there?
I don't know, but I know that he accidentally misgendered her twice. It just kind of seemed like, and I don't think that I mean I know.
So when I say Dexy, when I say Lexi, I'm talking about Doe.
Oh, Steven, like, I don't think that he is the kind of person that misgenders people. I mean, I think that he's done a good amount of actual advocacy for, like, standing up for.
Yeah, nod your head. Yes, Destiny is great for trans people. Yes, Irene. Yes,
people.
yes.
I just think.
See what I mean? See what I mean? I'm not the same person as I was back here.
That it seemed like, because he did that and then didn't address it afterwards, it just kind of seemed like chat thought that was like a free-for-all to like be really fucking horrible to her.
He's screaming in my chat to let him in. I don't
See,
want him
so
to
this is
steal
what
my
happens.
spot, but if you
You bring on an orbiter, you get the Destiny, right? So Scrub King is the bait. Unbeknownst to me, I've baited the hook, and the fish bites. The shark bites.
No,
biting on the bait.
No, and like I said, this was something that, you know, I had wanted to talk to him about also, but my point wasn't that, like, he went out of his way to misgender her. I think my point was that it ended up happening, and I think his chat saw that as, like, a green light to talk a bunch of shit. But that being said, I'm willing to talk to Steven as long as he's not going to come on and yell at me, because if you come on and you yell at me, Steven, I'm just going to hang up on you. But I don't think you're going to yell at me.
I think what's probably more accurate is these people are already like in DGG, and they probably already have
Debaters taking no responsibility for their actions they inspire with their chats and followers. I know, right? So yeah, that's the Destiny video. Approaching 30K, and I almost want to delete it, honestly, because you know what this video does? I mean, this video does still serve a purpose, right? This video does still serve a purpose. It brings on Destiny fans that then get into the rest of my content, and like some of them just dip, some of them unsubscribe, unfollow, right? They're you know, they see I'm a little bit critical, they can't handle it, right? This happens, right? And then some of them actually change, right? So this video is still serving a purpose as the funnel for the DebateBro to Catboy pipeline, as I call it, right? For taking people from Steven's community that are maybe just in there because they like Discord, they're interested in politics, and they don't know what else to, you know, watch, right? And bring them into like a more intersectional space where they're gonna hear some real shit and not just Steven's like bullshit, right? So here's my second talk with Destiny. This is the next week. Because in spite of Destiny not being able to convince me that Demon Mama, you know, is bad, he
my
takes
concern
another
with the
swing.
cops is that they don't recognize terrorists. They don't recognize danger. They don't recognize like what's a destabilizing force in our society versus what's
Yeah, I mean,
somebody
that's definitely
exercising
that
their
definitely
free
happened too, but to be
speech.
clear, there were I hate pointing at like one or two pictures because you had a lot of stuff going on with police taking pictures of like BLM people as well. Like it wasn't, this was like, people act like this was like an
Yeah, but the
unprecedented.
BLM people weren't causing a national security threat, right? For the most part.
Well, depending on the city, BLM caused a fuck ton of damage in riots. I think
So
in
you're
Minneapolis.
talking about like Minneapolis, the police.
I'm not taking an ideological position one way or another. I'm just saying that like the idea that I just want to have conversations that reflect what actually happened. Okay.
Does it sound like I'm mistreating Steven here? Does it sound like I'm being mean? Do you see how he's reacting? Yeah. This is why he hasn't been back. I'm convinced. I think he just can't hang with the discourse, right? I think he's not about anything real. And I think that the more you start to bring this real shit to the debate bros, the more afraid of you they get, right?
The idea that BLM people were beating the shit out of everywhere and they didn't get the protest is just, that's just obviously not true. We've got tons of footage of people like past dark that are like setting shit on fire and a whole bunch of damage going on. We also have footage of cops treating protesters very unfairly in BLM protests, absolutely. But we also have pictures of cops that were like cops taking knees and cops taking pictures with other BLM people with their hands up and stuff doing the Black Power thing or whatever. Like the idea that like every single cop is this white
they're
man.
not monolithic.
That just is, it's easy fodder for the right to attack. Like
but
you can all go up and look up pictures of like all these cops like taking a knee and stuff for BLM and stuff. So when you say things like, oh well, imagine the protesters were black, they would have been treated. It's like, well, hold on, it's a little more complicated than that, I think.
It is a little bit more complicated than that, but like, I mean, I think that really the cultural thing, and that includes, I guess, race. And you're right, there cops aren't monolithic. Not every cop is white, but it does tend to be like, I'm wondering, because like I wanted to drag this research up and like actually be able to link it to you and stuff like that, but maybe you're familiar with this study. It was a study on group dynamics, right? Where they had a group of people that, I don't know, 14 people or whatever, and over the course of several weeks, they'd take one person out of the group, they'd bring a new person into the group, and by the end of the period, they had completely shifted over so that no one that was in the original group was still in the group that remained, right? And they kind of took measures of group dynamics. I don't remember exactly what, but what they determined was that the dynamic that was set at the beginning was kind of carried forth to the end. So it didn't matter that you had completely different people in this group. By the end of the study, there was something about, a group being formed and establishing certain patterns that has like a momentum that like carries forward. I kind of would argue that the same thing is true with the police.
I'm not sure, somebody was saying mask off in there. I don't know if they meant me or Steven.
It's probably not time to think of latency, because like I'm a little bit late today. We ended up starting early to accommodate a guest, and I guess you guessed who that guest is? Do you know the guest? Have you guessed the guest? Has the guest been guessed? Oh wait, I wrote the guest. Okay, so it says the guest. It says I think it's pretty clear. I'm gonna be talking to Destiny today. Yeah. Is it me? Potentially hang around afterwards. Yeah, you too, Senpai Chow. Yeah, no, totally. We will be talking about some more, especially about the... I don't know. I got in trouble, chat. Oh, is that my YouTube chat? Oh my god, everything's in trouble. Everything's getting me in trouble today. That's not cool. It looks like I've got all my YouTube set up here for... Instead of being the Twitch setup. I can fix that really quickly, though. But yeah, my video where I covered the attempted coup, it got taken down for like, what, deceptive? I don't know. I said something about like Catgirl super soldiers, and now I'm wondering if they went through the video and they're like, hey, there's no Catgirl super soldiers in this. What are you talking about? There's some just blue hair chick with cat ears. What are you talking about? That's not a Catgirl super soldier. How is she a super soldier? I don't think she looks like she can even fight. Does she look like she can even fight, chat? Anyway, we'll leave that one up in the air. Let me put chat on screen because that's important. You're important, and you know who else is important?
Who else is important that I'm ignoring right now? That I should probably stop ignoring, yeah. I kind of like the fact that I'm a little late for Destiny. That's kind of based, actually. So, there's like a cliche that's like the last person to pick up the call, or the last person to get on the phone is the most important. I think it's like in business, like, right? When like some big shit is getting, you like if you're calling the big boss, but you're the like, your boss's helper, then what you do is first you're on the phone, you call their like helper, and their helper says, okay, I'm gonna get the boss, and then then you get your boss on the phone. If their boss is the most important, then the last person on the phone is the boss of the really important. It's like a important areas. I don't know, chat. The chat is pretty damn important. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think people realize how important the chat is. Like, you are literally, like, you are Twitch. Do you know that? You're literally what this is all about. Like, right? You're literally why Destiny, people say Destiny's a big streamer, right? It's the chat. It's not the streamer. It's not the, content. It's not the network that the streamer builds up of you know, people that they know. It's you. You are the media. You are the medium. You are the message. You are a lot of other things that Marshall McLuhan talked about that I totally read about in that class. I totally read all the, as we all know, Irene always does the reading, especially when it's Moby Dick. Yeah, she always reads through all those chapters full of nautical terms and just like, fuck chat. What? We can't fuck chat. That's parasocial. We can't have that. Let me get my shit up on the, so we're waiting for Destiny to answer the phone. Destiny answers the, isn't there a fucking 90s movie called Destiny Picks Up the Phone or something like that? There's, I swear to God, chat, tell me if I'm right. Am I right? There's a 90s movie. It's like called Destiny. Wait, did I actually mention Moby Dick? I did. I mentioned Moby Dick. At least I didn't mention Kingdom Hearts. Nick Fuentes. I love that spelling of Nick Fuentes. Oh my God, that's amazing. That's amazing. Well, you know, maybe there's cat boys in jail. I don't know. Why is Minecraft not even? Oh yeah, because I turned it off. I'll put this back on. And then what else did I want to do? I wanted to go into stream elements. Get out of, wait a minute. Can you see this? You can see this, can't you? This is too much information for you to be able to see, chat. I'm sorry. You've seen the inner workings of stream elements.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Destiny, what's up?
Nothing much. What's up?
Oh, nothing much. I'm just trying to switch my stream elements back from being configured for my YouTube gaming channel to being configured for Twitch. So yeah, that's always fun. Yeah, but I'm glad that I didn't like didn't make you wait with my lateness. I usually do this like an hour later, but you know.
Yeah, no problem.
But yeah, you came on last week and we had a discussion. Oh my God, it got me in all kinds of trouble. You have no idea. But I'm still here. The cancel mob hasn't completely picked my bones dry. So, you know, I think we're okay. So do you see how I'm trying to relate to Destiny? He's worried about cancel culture. And like, you know, I'd experienced being ganged up by a group of lefty streamers, right? This, I don't know if you really want to call this cancel culture, though. This is more like interpersonal dynamics. This is more like people trying to mobilize like social justice or mobilize, you know, ideas of, you know, purity testing in order to get rid of the competition, right? This is what this is. Like people that wanted me out of the way, trying to make up some bullshit about me. So I'm trying to relate to Destiny based on that, right? It's not really the same thing that Destiny gets. Not really the same thing at all.
Well, good job. Nice job.
Yeah. I don't know, Destiny. It's definitely a line that I walk on several different fronts, right? But I'm sure you understand that.
Yeah, something like this. Some kind of my life, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. What's up? What do you got for us?
Oh, my chat wants me to turn you up. So what I had for you was just kind of like you mentioned
cancel culture in the last time you were on here with me and Merrick. Oh yeah, I turned you down for some reason last time, or maybe one of my mods did. I don't know, but somebody did.
Blame the
yeah,
mods.
So
there we go.
You would sort of broach the topic of cancel culture, and I know it's like the saddest like debate topic. It's like the one where the panel host can't think of anything else. So like what do we do? The cancel culture. We'll come on and talk about cancel culture, and usually it's a bunch of people that get around and like, yeah, cancel culture is kind of bad, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's a bad thing. You know, maybe we shouldn't do that so much. Okay, nice debate, cool, right? And you know, that we've seen that show a million times. I didn't want to rerun that one. I actually kind of think. Sorry.
Hold on, wait 1 second.
Go ahead.
I gotta change it.
No worries.
This is like the perfect music, by the way.
It'll give me a chance to feed the right links into my browser sources here. Let me see. I gotta get out of no content.
It wasn't your fault.
Check. And into no content. No, I'm not no content check. Chat. That's a mean parody account of me. Do you know that? I don't think they post anymore, but it was like a parody account of me. It was no content check. But I've got content for you today. Hey, how about that? That's pretty cool. I just hope I have my content ready for Destiny. No, it's really weird about these cancel culture arguments because, like I said, they can so often, they only go surface deep and they don't really give us anything new. They don't really, you know, take us to unexplored ground, and they just kind of go in circles. And I sort of see the reason for that, you know. There's a lot at work here in chat. Let me just, yeah, no content check. Let me just give you a little, you know, for people who don't know me, for people who haven't been around for a long time, I've been canceled a few times, like, right? My first time was, you know, when I was an SJW streamer. I did all the right things. I had, like, you know, the SJW friends, and I, like, didn't, like, mess, I, like, said all.
You see that? I'm even using the word SJW. Am I doing? No, I am ironically using it, right? Because I've got blue hair. I'm calling myself an SJW at this point. Ironically, right? Of like, yeah, I'm an SJW, so what? Kind of, you know, the idea.
All the bad people, Vosh bad, Destiny bad, everybody that's bad is bad, Xanderhall's bad, they're all bad, Counterpoints is bad.
I mean, unironically, yes.
You know, like, it was kind of required, right? You know, like, it was kind of like, you know, to get above, like, you know, small streamer status, you had to have friends, and it's kind of like all my homies hated Vosh, right? You know, so I go like, Vosh bad, 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 right? And, you know, there was at some point when I realized, like, I was kind of bored with the, you know, I did streams, I did panels that were like this, but, you know, let's bring in all the snug, safe space people and just have a snug little conversation. Oh God, I'm not.
All right, I'm here now for real.
Hey,
What's up?
hey! I almost subtweeted Lumi there for a second, but I really wasn't trying to do that, chat. I was, you know, using snug in a different sense. Anyway, I was just going over with chat, you know, kind of my history, my experience in terms of, you know, getting canceled, you know, having, you know, come from that, I almost said snug, little SJW, you know, corner of the universe, and, you know, having had to wanting to branch out because I wanted to do debates, and then finding that people really reacted strongly to, you know, me debating certain creators who they had an idea about, that this person was just essentially bad. Essentially, you know, against what we were doing, and that, like, you know, platforming them, even if they had like 80 million times more viewers than I had, was a sin against, I don't know, social justice or something, right?
And just let me talk about this a little bit. Yeah, you know, like, so, you know, one of the big issues in my community that almost split my community early on was when I started to move from doing bird brains with other, you know, intersectional leftist streamers, that are like legit lefties, you know, anarchists, socialists, people like this, to talking, bringing on libs to debate, like bringing on socialists and leftists, and You know what I mean? Like people on the left to debate liberals, right? Because that's where I felt like the most interesting arguments were between. Like I said, I don't have a question. Is CTV right about something? Is Nora right about something? No, they're fucked up. They're worthless, right? That doesn't do me any good. I'm not interested in that. I don't have questions about that. I'm not on the fence about that, right? But, you know, and I'm not really on the fence about like a lot of the questions between liberals and leftists, but I think that those debates are more interesting and we have more of a chance to kind of pull people that already have an idea, at least about intersectionality, onto our side with that, right? So I moved from that to that, and there was a part of my community that just reacted to that, that just absolutely blew up at that, right? And they got kind of hyperbolic, right? In fact, you know, the phrase was, you go argue with the fash, right? That's what they were saying. And I mean, you know, arguing with Destiny, arguing with, you know, people like Dancing Spoon, arguing with all these libs, right, was getting me in trouble with my community. Now, most of the people, you know, ended up staying and the community ended up growing after that, right? And, you know, because of kind of the toxic people that the people trying to cancel me had attached themselves to, like that cancellation attempt didn't work, if you know, even want to call it that. Like I said, we'll get into that later, right? Because like dudes like Destiny have kind of co-opted that term. You know, honestly, the right wing co-opted that term or created that term. But really, what I'm talking about is scapegoating, right? So I got scapegoated, right? And this happens to marginalized people a lot. I haven't watched that.
I wasn't ever
CJ.
clear. They did wrap themselves in the
I have not watched that
flag of social justice, you know.
And I'm like a little bit afraid of what is the Mr. Girl's deal
extensively. But yeah, you know, like even being, I think, a pretty hardcore lefty streamer, you know, I definitely had people come at me, and it wasn't really over anything that was real. It wasn't really over anything that was substantive. It was always like the result of a personal conflict. And this person would see the opportunity to, I can use the mallet of social justice to bonk Irene with, you know, right? And to various effects. I mean, I honestly, when I look back at the people that, like, you know, have done that to me, they're kind of nowhere right now.
Well, should I watch their content first, or should I watch the debate with Destiny first?
So, you know, that's another question I guess I had was you got pretty serious about the effect you thought that cancel culture could have. And your example was, you know, losing like a partnership, losing a sponsorship, something like that, you know, over something that was really maybe just like a misunderstood or purposefully misunderstood, you know, a bit of rhetoric, right?
Yeah, wait.
Oh, their content. Thanks.
What exactly are we talking about? Hold on, because I just heard like 20 million things. What?
Sorry about that. Yeah, no, you can feel free to stop me if I get confusing. Yeah, what we're talking about, I guess, is like, you know, kind of how we deal with cancel culture, like sort of where the phenomenon emerges from, and you know, what can be really you know, done about it. Like, so
I wonder what would have happened if I tried to talk to him about Mark Fisher and exiting the Vampire Castle at this point, because that's if you know me, you know that I'm not a fan of that particular work. I think that work is cringe in a lot of ways. But at the same time, I do recognize that there's a problem with toxicity on the left. And some of that toxicity dresses itself up as, you know, being as trying to keep the left pure, right? So sometimes that's the guise that it wears, right?
Remember like last week when you were here with Merrick and stuff?
Yeah.
And you were saying that like the Nick Fuentes is a toxic, racist piece of shit, but he can't do anything to me, you know? He doesn't really have that power. But
Oh,
if
yeah.
like somebody like, you know, the person you were beefing with last week, which I think you two aren't beefing anymore, so I won't mention their name unless you want to, like, you know, they could potentially go and talk to like a sponsor or something like that. And if the sponsor just kind of like is like believes them or doesn't have the
That's me like trying not to bring up Demon Mama, because I realize that like I'm really in danger here of alienating Demon Mama, even though like she's not, you know, she's not my friend, she's not really, you know, we're not like allies or anything like that at this point, right? You know, and I have my opinion of her, and it is what it is. She's just another debate streamer to me, like, you know, just kind of like in the mold of Vosh and Destiny, not necessarily somebody I want to get to know as a friend or anything like that. But at the same time, I don't want to alienate her, because I feel like her takes on stuff like trans women in sports are really based. And if I'm going to talk about something like that, then I'm going to want Demon Mama. So I'm trying to get Destiny not to bring up Demon Mama at this point, because I was just really like, you know, like at the point in that time, like I'm trying to sort of, you know, build bridges with Destiny and maintain bridges with Demon Mama. And that's really how I thought, you know, as a panel host, you're always trying to keep the door open to people. And so you can see how I'm a little bit intellectually captured. You know how I talked about Dylan being intellectually captured? Look at this host. Look at this panel host right here. Yeah, a little bit intellectually captured. She's titling her streams like men's rights, right? What is that about, right? Intellectual capture. And I'm thinking I'm playing a game. I'm thinking I'm playing, you know, 4-dimensional chess or whatever. But in actuality, the net effect of this is kind of narrowing my discourse, kind of pushing my discourse to the right. And had I let this continue, right, had I not had a reason to stop, I might be in the same boat as some of those orbiters are now, like both in terms of like having a lot more viewers and a lot more subs and all that shit, but also in terms of hating my own guts and wanting to kick my own ass. And I think a lot of them are like that. I think a lot of them came here to change the game, and they ended up playing the game, right? There's some that are still trying to fight that. You can see it in Demon Mama from time to time. She's got like, she's really at odds with herself right now, because she's got that mold, that Destiny Vosh, you know, mold that she's kind of started out with, but she's deep down, I don't think that's who she is. But there's been so much time of her just orbiting, of her, you know, playing, running interference for Vosh, definitely running interference for Dylan, that she's, you know, she's, it's changed her, right? Can she change back? I don't know. That's up to Demon Mama, right? And we'd love to see it, right? Because we'd love to have some more allies on this side. We'd love to have some more people that are pilled about the effect of this kind of discourse, of these kind of people on our discourse, right? But yeah, fuck knows. You know, Demon Mama is all over the map as far as that goes. She was on fucking Stardust the other night, so with Chud Logic and Xander Hall. So yeah, you know, I don't know. I was a little excited when she said she was gonna leave the debate world. Well, she left Dylan's shit, but now she's on Stardust panel, which I would argue that's more yikes. That's definitely more yikes. She left the Dylan sphere for the Dooby sphere, so good job, Demon Mama. Intellectual capture, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. You love to see it.
Context or whatever.
You love to see
you
it.
know, that's actually like costing you money, and you know, maybe it's just over like you know, something that is either disingenuous or that's just like a personal conflict, and you know, the social justice in this sense is being used as a cudgel rather than, you know, coming from a place where they really think that you're doing harm and that like they're somehow doing good by deplatforming you or getting your, you know, sponsorship yanked or whatever. So yeah, I guess that was kind of what I wanted to.
Well, it's funny because it seems like the views, the viewers went with Dylan, right? So, you know, making that trade is not a good thing numbers wise for her, but there is some kind of like networking and clout in that other network. And unfortunately though, it's just some really bad people. So I don't even know, like, you know, I mean, that's Lauren Southern's playground, right? The Dooby sphere. That is where Lauren Southern has planted her roots, right? So now I don't even know what to say about Demon Mama at this point, right?
Talk about, sorry.
Like I say, yeah, like I say, I'd love to see Demon Mama like transform. I think she has the power to write her own ticket at this point. If she wants to, she can chart her own course. But will she? I don't know. It seems like her and Bad Bunny, I mean, as much as they want to fight this, They're not ready. They're not ready for that. They're getting played a lot, right? They don't recognize, like, they don't have that, they're nose blind and they don't see the right-wing bullshit when it comes their way. And whereas it's easy to get them to kind of like cancel or assist in the cancellation of a streamer who's actually trying to fight that, they're not noticing, right? Just because Stardust, you know, if you talk to Stardust, oh yeah, I'm you know, on the left for sure, yeah, definitely progressive, definitely, you know, right? It's only when you get into certain conversations when you see that is not a leftist. The chick that got her start talking to Dooby about NCC bad, that's not a leftist. That is not a fucking leftist.
The long and winding road that I sometimes lead us on.
Yeah. Wait. So what? So what exactly? I'm just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to respond there. What is the question?
I guess the question is, you know, I just wanted to make sure I had correct.
The question is, you talk about fucking cancel culture all the fucking time, but do you actually know what it means? Do you actually understand the dynamics here? Do you actually know, you know, what kind of things are classified as cancel culture? Can you disambiguate and see that this is like a, this is like a, I don't know what you want to call it. It's a construction, right? Cancel culture. And inside of it, we've got scapegoating happening to marginalized people. We've got a bunch of crybully, like DebateBros claiming, you know, claiming, you know, stealing valor, right? And everything in between, right? So are there some bad people on the left trying to, like, you know, use social justice as a cudgel? Yeah, absolutely. That happens. What's up, general public? Good to see you. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know about DGG. Is that who she rolls with now? I'm more worried about the Dooby shit. You're gonna see that later, though. We're gonna get into that later. I'm still not entirely sure of how I'm gonna do this. We might have to make this a two-parter, okay? We might have to I'm thinking that it makes sense to do this as a two-parter because there's like the first part of the year, right? And then there's some really different stuff that happens after I bring Dylan on for WrestleBrania. So I'm thinking that's where the breakdown is going to be, given that we're like an hour and a half into the stream now.
That you
and good to see you,
Itisni. That was true. That like somebody, you know, like kind of like a rogue SJW, I guess we could say, could, you know, have a lot more deleterious effect on you than somebody like
a rogue SJW.
Fuentes.
Okay. Let's worry about rogue SJWs, Irene, and don't worry about fucking DebateBros and their toxic contribution to the discourse.
Oh yeah, yes. Okay, yeah.
Like
Okay, I believe that.
Yes, yeah. And I mean, I've experienced that. I've had like horrible shit said about.
So at this point, what I'm trying to do is say that, Destiny, as a trans person, I can kind of relate to what you're talking about, but at the same time, what about the cancel culture that happens to trans people? What about the cancel culture that happens to black people? Like, this is my thinking in this moment, right? Is, you know, I want you to, because you're acting like this cancel culture shit is the province of straight, white, cis dudes, right? And I'm going to say, for the most part, that is stolen valor. You're taking something that has happened to marginalized people for fucking millennia, and you're appropriating it, okay? And like, you know, but also letting him know that, like, if somebody does come at him with bad faith, with an argument, you know, that isn't true, and that just wants to use that kind of, you know, use it as a cudgel, right? That I'm going to defend him, that I'm not here to disingenuously cancel somebody. But I do want him to understand that he's talking about something that happens to a lot of marginalized people. And at the time, I didn't really realize it, but DGG is behind a lot of that. They canceled Mel. They canceled Chaos as Mel. They tried to cancel me for talking to Chaos as Mel. I mean, Demon Rama, you know what I mean? They've got a fucking rap sheet. They cannot talk about cancel culture like it is some kind of thing that is being done by the SJWs to them. Like that I am, as a trans person, I have a magic wand and I could go like, Steven, you're canceled. And it doesn't matter what he actually did or what he actually said, because it's like me, a trans person, saying this. I don't fucking have the power. That's what I'm trying to bring Steven on board with. And as you can see, just like with Dylan, it's a really light touch. It's a compliment, not a compliment sandwich. You know what compliment sandwiches are? It's like when you where you want to give one little criticism, you sandwich it in compliments. So you should, like, you're really good at this, you're really good at this, but you know what? This is like not great right here, but I mean, this is good and this is good. So like, we bring this up to standard, bud, right? You know, you can kind of do that, and you can get people on board with taking some criticism that they otherwise might react badly to, right? So I'm making compliment lasagna. I'm like, Garfield, I got lasagna. I got lasagna. I got lasagna. And Garfield still does not recognize his face. Garfield still is not recognizing his face. If you hang out with someone, oh my God, BPF. I think that's worth gatekeep. Oh, yeah, that's a spicy take, Deemstar. That's a spicy take, because I'm probably going to get accused of trying some cancel culture when I talk about who's been working with BPF, right? And spoiler, it's somebody who's trying to cancel me. Spoiler, yeah. So the people that are signal boosting that shit, what were you thinking? Literally, what were you thinking? Compliment Garfield Eats, exactly. Well, I can't say that shit. I don't know. Like, no violence, chat. No, I don't. I know you meant like thrown into a hole of pudding, like in 300, like in the porn version of 300. Don't they get thrown into a hole of pudding and they have sex in the pudding or something? I don't know. I think that's what happens. I'm pretty sure that's what Duke is referring to. Yeah.
For
the pudding.
You know,
hole.
Really, really petty reasons. Sometimes just straight up interpersonal reasons. Sometimes, like, you know, people disagree with me and they want to get histrionic about my viewpoints and, you know, make them into something that they're...
That would be a clue. And I would say that if you're working with somebody who's working with Big Papa Fascists, that might be a problem too. And in fact, if you're being a useful tool for such a person in trying to take out a lefty intersectional streamer on just batshit grounds, right? Unproven conspiracy theory grounds, right? And we're going to get to that. Like I said, it's probably going to be in the second half of this video, which I guess we'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. We need to get this done by the new year, though. This is important. I'll get thrown in horny jail. Exactly. I should probably be thrown in horny jail.
Or not, you know, kind of like what we were talking about, like, you know, turning Scrub's viewpoints into, you know, holding them up as being like incel-y somehow, you know, when they really weren't that. You know, I you know, experienced, you know, having people just kind of cut me off. And
I'm going to have to disagree, okay? Now, while I'm extremely good faith, and I mean, maybe too good faith, right? You can let me know. Umar will probably let me know if I'm being too good faith, right? With these assholes. But, you know, while I want to be good faith and not jump to a conclusion about somebody being an incel, I gotta say, Scrub King's points were unambiguously incel-y. They came from MRA discourse, same place where a lot of the incels get their shit, right? And, you know, Demon Mom was right to say, hey, this is a little bit yikes. Now, people accuse her of calling Scrub King an incel. I don't think she actually did that. I'm pretty sure she did. She went out of her way not to do that, right? But, you know, the cancellation, let's get something straight. The cancellation here is pointed at Demon Mama. It's not pointed at Scrub King. Scrub King has got the establishment of Twitch politics, which at the time is DGG, backing him. So no danger there. Scrub King's not going to get canceled. It's kind of a crybaby thing that's going on here, right? Let's take out Demon Mama. Let's unironically cancel her by claiming that she was trying to cancel Scrub King. That's gross. That's just like they claimed I was trying to cancel Dylan, right? It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, I'm going to cancel Dylan. Let me get my huge platform here and cancel Dylan.
Stuff like that. Losing friends. That's actually been the worst of it, is you know, kind of like, you know, people that I thought were my friends, and you know, they didn't ever give me the benefit of the doubt and just, you know, sort of cut me out. But like overall,
of course I noticed, Yuya Testney.
What I'm saying is that
I mean, you're a sub-genius. How could I not?
Maybe it was because I was a certain size when I started to get canceled that it ended up the benefit of it. The, you know, the fact that people can see me getting victimized ended up like kind of being a wash with the negative effects. So like I said, I'm here before.
So I'm trying to make Destiny aware of the fact that quote unquote cancellation, which really I think he's talking about negative attention on Twitter, negative attention, you know, and on platforms, right? I'm trying to make him aware that, like, not only does this negative attention not harm you, it probably helps you. And you know this because you come on whenever anybody tries to cancel you, right? You come on and you utilize it, you monetize it, you farm them for fucking content, all right? So don't, like, I don't know. So, like, understand here, like, obviously, this is a groveling little clout chaser here, okay? This is not a good version of Irene. This is a bad configuration for Irene because I am kissing this dude's ass, and this is one ass that I wish I'd kept my lips off of, honestly. And that goes for all the debate bros. That goes for Vosh, Sanderhall, any of these people that I have ever carried water for. That was a mistake, right? And I thought I was being strategic. I thought I could talk to them. I thought I could be like, look, man, I understand what you're dealing with. I've been canceled too, right? I really thought I could do that, but this isn't a good look. Let's be honest. This is not a good look for me here.
For you now, I'm not like canceled.
You remember when I yeah, so people can vouch for that. You hated me. Oh my god. Well, I mean, based. What can I say? Chris Perez was right, basically.
Like nothing, happened to me, but I guess what I wanted to talk to you about was kind of like the source of that. You were talking about, like, I guess I would call it like a negative stereotype threat of
Nobody remembers that? It's just because they aren't like subgeniuses themselves, I think, is why. I don't know.
An SJW streamer who kind of, in their attempt maybe to defend a marginalized group, they end up harming that group through rhetoric that's disingenuous.
Are you asking if, like, when people try to cancel people, if they harm the group that they're canceling from?
I mean, that's what you had said last week. That there was essentially.
I mean, yeah, like you're right. I did call Destiny out. When he just the hypocrisy was grotesque, and I think the hypocrisy is grotesque when you're saying that Demon Mama's toxic. When you say that Demon Mama's got a big ego, and your name is Stephen Bunnell II. That is the one point that I was like, no, I'm gonna have to push back here, right? And it's really weird because, like, I saw Demon Mama watch that shit, and it made her mad. She was mad at me, like, right? She thought I was too nice to Destiny, and she's right about that. And given what she'd been through, I kind of understand it now, right? But I did end up defending her, right? I wasn't gonna go let Destiny come on my platform and just like talk shit about somebody that that is objectively less toxic than her. A lot of people I know on Twitter currently, Stan Vosh and others, Stan Bad Bunny, not too many Mike from PA stands. Oh yeah, well, Mike from PA is an acceptable target, right? According to the zeitgeist of Twitch politics, right? I believe NCC is just trying to fit into the Twitch streamer stuff at a certain point. Yeah, but I mean, you understand that, like, going along to get along is not helping anyone, right? So I mean, I'll cop to it. Like, I did harm in carrying water for some of these debate bros, especially Xanderhall, right? That's the one that comes to mind most, right? Of just rolling over Vivian in that debate without listening to what she had to say, which, a lot of it was pretty based, actually.
The problem with Emily was that she's actually, like, harming the groups that she's trying to defend by
being a caricature of the worst types of people,
right?
In
Like
wait, you're talking to a caricature of SJWs. Steven, do you not get it? I've got blue hair, like, on purpose, right? Do you not see who you're talking to, right? Like that was my whole shtick, right? Is like, I'll be a caricature of the SJW that your mom warned you about, and I'll have these disingenuous, like, rightoids come at me and be like, SJW, and I'm like, you're triggered, right? I was just kind of using their shit against them in a lot of ways. Of course, but the point I was making is that where you were new and just wanted to get in, not claiming that you did. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you can understand my perspective, but I also don't want to. I also don't want to invalidate anybody that I pissed off during that time, right?
Yeah. Raving blue-haired SJW, right? And I don't know if you can see me, but I, blue hair. But that's actually part of my thing. I'm like the what did I call myself? Like the SJW with the anti-SJW aesthetic or something. I don't know. I have a thing that I work on, but, like, I mean, this.
that Mecha42 was the anti-SJW with an SJW aesthetic, and I'm the SJW with the anti-SJW aesthetic.
This is a big issue for me, Destiny, because like as far as the left, you know, having you know, cohesion, and I mean like the left including like, you know,
right, the
Socdems
pronouns
and
discourse.
libs, like I mean like the whole left, you know, being able to, you know, work together.
A lot of Vosh's fans outgrew him intellectually. A lot of Destiny's fans too.
And not like trip over our own collective dick. I mean, I think that figuring this shit out is
edgy girl, edgy girl.
Important.
Collective dick.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Yeah.
The fact that it's on your radar, you know, just made me want to kind of, you know, pick your brain about a few things, like just kind of some ideas that I had about.
So yeah, Destiny has not engaged, right? Because I'm not talking about this in sound bites, right? And I don't know if it's just like, you know, look, I understand attention is a tricky thing, and sometimes I don't have the attention that I need, but I think legitimately Destiny has not thought about this shit very hard. Destiny has stayed on the surface of this debate, as he does with every debate, because he is the jack of all trades and the master of none. He knows a little bit about every single issue, and he never fucking goes in depth. And that's part of the reason that he gets so much wrong here. And I'm trying to, like, invite him to just, like, take a little bit of a deeper dive, bud. Just come with me, right? And he cannot hang. He cannot hang, okay? And I'm not trying to flex intellectual prowess or anything like that. Like I said, I'm a dumbass anarchist bimbo catgirl, okay? I'm not putting on any airs of myself. I don't think I'm like super smart or anything. But like, if you want to talk about this cancel culture discourse, let's actually talk about it. Let's not just use the Ben Shapiro version unironically copy pasted into the left, right? Because that's harming us. That you're talking about doing harm to the discourse. You're talking about doing harm to marginalized people. You're trying to talk about making these arguments harder for us. You're doing it, Steven. You're doing what you accused Demon Mama of doing.
About sort of the phenomenon of cancel culture, having observed it from maybe even both sides, I guess you could say. You know, I mean, like, I went pretty hard on ContraPoints when ContraPoints put Buck Angel on as a guest in one of her videos. Not that, like...
Oh my god, so how do we chip away at their communities until they're completely irrelevant? Well, yeah, we are already doing it. All right, so I've got a lot of ideas about that. And like I said, this is taking me longer to get through than I realized. I did so much content. That's the problem. I did so much content last year, right? So we're going to have a part 1 and a part 2, and it's going to break down just like you think it, maybe even a part 3. God damn it. I hope not a part 3. We'll try to make it 2. We'll try to just make it 2 best, you know, end of the year reviews, like, you know, things. But like this first one's going to concentrate on Irene trying to discourse with the DebateBros and make them better, trying to reform things from the inside, and we're going to see exactly how that goes. And then the second part is going to be when Irene goes too far, when Irene gets jokerfied by bringing a DebateBro on her stream, debating the dude, handing him his ass, putting his fucking nose in the dirt, and just not really. Actually, I was really nice to him. But like intellectually, chat, intellectually undressing this fine young gentleman on my stream, and then saying, hey, how about a little consideration for trans people, right? And he's like, no, I don't think that you approved anything at all. I'm just going to completely cope with this Nocommentchick, and I feel more certain about the, you know, what I did than I did before. Thanks a lot. And I'm like, all right, asshole, get the fuck out of here, right? You know, and there's the famous moment of like, you can't hear, you can't see, now you know what it's like to be a trans person in your audience. Right? And I'm not taking anything back about that. Like, right? Now, I might have been a little bit mean to Dylan, and you can see that in a stream that comes after that, when Dylan comes into chat, and I've actually got somebody on stream with me that's kind of pushing me of like, yeah, no, dude, he says he was homeless. How homeless really were you? Well, you know what? If he says he's homeless, I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to question his fucking suffering and marginalization, and I hope nobody would be like, well, how trans are you? You know what I mean? You're passing, you're this, you're that, you know? Like, really, do you really understand the trans experience? That would be completely inappropriate for somebody to go at me like that, especially a cis person, right? So I'm not going to do the same thing. You know, to Dylan about being homelessness. You were homeless? That fucking sucks. That is the appropriate response, right? But there was a part of my community that wanted me to go further, right? And for a while, I probably did go too far. For some of the things that I said about like Demon Mama cleaning up Dylan's diapers, that was probably too much. That was probably not nice, right? I wasn't trying to have a go at Dylan's age. and you know, the bringing diapers and poop into it is, you know, kind of gross, but you know, I don't know. There was a few moments, yeah, probably on Demon Mama, yeah, especially, that I went a little too hard. But I don't think I went too hard, you know, in the main thing that everybody remembers. And this is what the debate bros hate me for, is I fucking undressed one of their own intellectually. I exposed the fact that he doesn't fucking think about the shit that he talks about, the shit that he's so sure about, the use of his platform. He's not even giving it consideration. I try to walk him through that. Here's what it does to me. Here's what it's like as a trans person, and is just, you know, get nothing. And yeah, you know, that did piss me the fuck off, right? And that's where the break's going to come. So just so you know, that's going to be in part 2. So make sure to come here tomorrow for part 2. But we're going to try to get through this part. Irene trying to gently nudge along the debate bros into a more intersectional discourse, into actually doing good for the left, and not just, you know, part of the left, but the, you know, trying to push back against Trumpism, right? And not become a tool for it by forwarding like Ben Shapiro ideas like cancel culture, right? And at this point, like, I'm not against like saying things are cancel culture, but like I'm trying to disambiguate that in Destiny's head from the crybaby shit that Ben Shapiro and the right will do, and that some of the debate bros, Vosh, you know, Xanderhall are starting to do now. ANCAPs don't think disabilities are a real thing, or at least not the ones I talk to online. ANCAPs are straight up annoying. Nazis are evil, but shut up. The ANCAPs think they are the supreme third way. I think we need a 3-part arc. NCC in the beginning, the journey, and the future. Oh, interesting. That is, well, we will be talking about the future, right? Because we're going to be getting into that, right? And the future is going to start with a trip to the past, a little Steins Gate, going into the past, looking at what happened to us. Looking that, and some of you know, like, right, all the debate bros that did content on me this fall, what is that about? Like I already mentioned, I got to 1,000 subs again after they thought they had killed me. They thought I was dead in the water. They thought they'd seen the last of NCC, and all of a sudden, Nocommentchick is rising, and they're like, holy shit, what the fuck do we do? Oh, I know, dossier, get the dossier people out there. Get the dossier people. She's got a dossier. The dossier doesn't work. Oh shit, now she's more popular with the intersectional left. Oh shit, what do we do? Oh, find her haters from the intersectional left, get them together on a thread with a friend of Big Papa Fascist? Get all those haters together in one pool. All the lefties that are fucking jealous of me, all the quasi right-wing, you know, Fash adjacent, like, you know, Twitch politics people, get them all together, get them all singing the same chorus, and everybody will just say, there's so many people that say you're bad, NCC, you gotta be bad, right? So they're trying everything. They're throwing everything against the wall, and the problem is that nothing sticks, because I'm fucking based, and I've got a point that no one else is bringing up, and I've got a way to fight this shit that some other people are trying to fight, I would say ineffectively. I would say that they're missing something, and do you know what they're missing? They're missing the person that they cut out when they got scared, when they believed the debate bros lies. They believed the Twitch politics right-wing, you know, clout networks lies. When they bought into that shit, when they got used by the very people they're pretending to oppose, all right? So we're going to get into that. That is coming up. Don't worry. That is I thought that, you know, she needed to be like, she needed to go away or anything like that, but that you know, it's like you kind of like looking a little bit, like doing a little bit of research about Buck Angel. I was like, oh god, you kind of should have known who this guy was, you know, like that, like, you know, he's basically like a right winger, right? Like crippling anxiety and my bipolar disorder that cause oh yeah, they'll call they'll call you lazy for having a disability, or question, you know, the seriousness of the disability. Want to know, right? And but anyway, that's oh god, I'm not trying to cancel contra here. I feel like that's a really good question. How did the alt account, and that's the kind of question you're not going to get asked by the debate bros, because guess how many of them talked to me before they did their content on me? They didn't want to know. My door was open, right? Especially to somebody like Xanderhall. Xanderhall definitely could have approached me. I know Xanderhall, and I've disagreed with some of the stuff that Xanderhall's done, but I never, you know, it's not personal. I don't have a, was not actually bad. I don't know. Mel is Mel, but I think there was a cancellation campaign against her, and it was done by DGG. And here's my problem with that, okay? So if you want to draw a hard line on the Uyghur genocide, do it, right? If that's your standard, that's your standard, right? They don't do it. They draw a hard line for Mel, and then they let Haas come right through. Haas unabashedly did what Mel was accused of, like, doing through an emote and a pleady face, right? That was the thing with Mel. She's, ooh, genocide bad, right? Well, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, she's obviously shitposting, but on what level is she shitposting? What does she really mean? Does she mean that genocide's not so bad? Does she mean that, like, you know, it's not really genocide? What is she actually saying with that, right? It's questionable. You don't know. With Haas, it is not questionable. Haas in a debate with Destiny. So these assholes, these DGG motherfuckers that came for Mel, they don't give a fuck about Haas. Haas can do whatever he wants because it was never about Haas. It was about canceling another trans woman who was outspoken, who pissed off their debate lord daddies, right? That's what that shit was about. So whether or not Mel is, you know, a perfect person, whether or not Mel maybe might have made some jokes that were in bad taste, Mel is not Haas. And these assholes had no problem with a Nazgul like Haas taking part in their clout network, right? But they absolutely chased Mel the fuck off this platform. So that's the issue with Mel, right?
Like, I actually made a mistake in that because I was talking about this, I was saying these things at the same time that there was like a huge dog pile on Contra of people who really did want her gone, of people who really did want her off the internet. And although they didn't have the power to...
They only have principles when it's convenient for attacking someone they dislike. Yeah, you're going to see this later with Stardust, right? Stardust accused me of platforming a genocide denier, and then who does Stardust bring onto her panel? Who's one of the very first guests? Haas from Infrared. Yeah, complete hypocrisy, right? And she's just on there really to carry water for Dooby, right? Which is like, I got, like, listen, for all my faults, at least I never fucking simped somebody with a server that is facilitating the radicalization of 14-year-old kids by Nazis, as long as they don't JQ or post swastikas, uwu. Then they deserve their free speech, right? You know, that's, you know, who she's in bed with, right? And so when you're looking at this, like, these lefties like Demon Mama and Xander Hall going on with Starda and Chud Logic, well, Chud Logic's basically not a leftist. Chud Logic's basically our Dave Rubin. If you haven't seen my video on that, right? Chud Logic is 100% leaving the left. Like, all you hear from Chud Logic these days is these leftoids. These leftoids don't yeah, fuck you.
To, like, you know, do that to push her physically off the internet.
Haas and Hans, yeah.
They did kind of ruin her life in a way that's made things really hard for her and has affected her personal life in a number of ways. And that's generally, I guess, more like how, you know, like cancellation works, is it becomes like a, you know, kind of...
I mean, like, how many times has Haas been on Destiny? How many times Haas was on the Hippie Dippy, Haas was on Stardust panel, Haas was on Hans's panel? Like, these people have no problem with Haas, right? They had a problem with Mel. Mel was the one who deserved cancellation. That's why I call them hypocrites. That's why I can't take their bullshit seriously. And whatever you think of Mel, right? She's a complicated historical figure, maybe, in my mind, but just like NCC. But she's but you know, she's nowhere near as bad as Haas. And the Haas is dangerous to bring on. Bringing on a Nazgul is actually really dangerous, right? Because right now what's happening is that what's happening is that you've got this confluence of Tucker Carlson over here on the right. Wait, which one is your right? That's your right. Okay, so Tucker Carlson over here on the right, and you've got like, you know, people like Jimmy Dore over here on the left, and they're all kind of squishing people into this weird populist, you know, not quite socialist, but we care about workers and we hate the elite and shit, and it's all kind of funneling people together. That is the Nazgul vortex. That shit is dangerous. That is a third center of power that has the potential to debase the left, right? Because the left in politics is not doing shit for the working class. And so with these fake populists that come in with their right-wing social views, it's appealing for a lot of people who are like, listen, we need to get movement for workers. We need to get movement for class consciousness. And the Tucker Carlsons of the world will at least pantomime that, you know? They'll at least pay lip service to that, whereas the Democrats just got no interest in it, right? That's the danger. That is why you should never have platformed this. It's fucking too late now. The cat is out of the bag. The Pandora's box has been opened, and Haas has been unleashed on all of us. And I lay this shit at your fucking subreddit, DGG. You went hard on my girl Mel. You went hard on me for platforming Mel, but you didn't give a fuck about Haas when he came through. You let him come right through. You let him use you, right? Destiny, you let him fucking use it. After he went mask off on your own stream, if you care about the fucking Uyghur genocide, you should have never had that dude on again. That should have been, all right, thanks, dude. You're a fucking genocide denier. Now get the fuck out. If that's a hard line you want to draw with Mel, you gotta draw that hard line with Haas. That is absolutely hypocritical that you could not do that.
Social pressure where, you know, you just,
Okay, so now I see what you're saying there, Chris Perez, and there's a danger in you making an argument that justifies Guantanamo there. I want you to think about that, okay?
You just end up canceling, you know...
Because that's a pretty bad argument for, you know, like I do think it's a complicated issue, right? I'm not like, you know... I don't think we get good information from China. Particularly, you know, for two reasons. Because their government isn't big on transparency, and our security establishment is big on lying about them, right? So that shit can be hard to know, and I'm willing to let like that stuff, like, you know, I'm willing to look at that stuff. I'm not, but I just don't want to hear this thing of like the Uyghurs were terrorists and therefore they deserved what they. No. I'm not here to hear that shit either, right? It is a complicated issue, but you cannot say that Mel went mask off and that Haas didn't. That's what I'm saying, okay? That's you know, that's where I'll draw the line as far as my defense of Chaos's Mel.
Yourself, or it becomes harder to meaningfully, you know, interact online.
Sure.
Mel being the least bad tanky is like Synth being the least bad DGGer. Oh my god, I don't know about that. I think Synth's pretty toxic.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess my idea was that...
But yeah, I get your drift.
You know, you said that, like, you know, you've got, you know, sort of the negative stereotype SJWs. I perceive those people as being, like, you know, not people that are, like, you know, super hardcore about intersectionality, but rather people who don't quite understand intersectionality and have opted instead for a kind of reductivist version thereof. They've opted instead for, you know, just they want kind of 3 easy rules to keep white people from getting canceled. Like, okay, if I follow these 3 rules, no more cancellation, right? Because I end up stepping in it. I don't mean to. It's a minefield. I don't see where the mines are. I always step in the mines. Just give me 3 rules to follow that'll keep me out of trouble. And that's what a lot of people want, and that's like an easy sell, and it's easy to, you know, reproduce, it's easy to send out. But I think what it does is it just turns this issue, like, people are so afraid to talk about this stuff because they feel like if they say anything, there's some chance that they're going to get perceived as like echoing right-wing narratives, for example. And it just makes it so that, like, people don't want to engage with the struggles of marginalized groups, and that is like the opposite effect of, you know, what we're trying to achieve here. Destiny, I feel like I'm just like
yeah, all right, I'm not sure.
His eyes glazed over. No, do you want to know what he was doing? Do you want to know what he was doing? He was playing the piano on his end of the stream. He's playing piano. That's what he's doing. Because he absolutely can't hang with nuance. He absolutely can't hang with, you know, any sort of depth when it comes to issues that he... Weird champs, right?
Where exactly you want me to chime in, or what you want me to respond
Where
to?
do I want you to come down on this? Yeah, so I guess...
Yeah, the term tanky's been kind of... doesn't really mean anything. It's so.
Maybe like as long as you're okay with me doing this great big exposition, because I'm really not trying to just like take over your shit here or anything like that.
Yeah, or I mean, what am I?
I mean, not yet, Destiny, not yet. But we do have a website coming out that might just take over your shit, my dude.
Yeah,
I might just have a little bit of a pipeline coming from your end to my end, taking your debate bros, turning them into cat boys. It might be a thing, Destiny. It might be something to look at.
Yeah. So basically, you know, like my idea.
Oh yeah, I think I know one of those too, Chris Perez.
Is that
the person who's really not great?
We can't do anything about people who are going to weaponize social justice, because that phenomenon comes from the fact that you've got marginalized people. They've been shit on all their life.
Look at little Senpai Chow trying to talk shit there.
They have experienced transphobia, they have experienced racism, they have experienced sexism, and there's a temptation sometimes when they get into an interpersonal conflict, and, you know, honestly, you never know if something's because of prejudice. There's always the potential that, like, you know, well, I don't know, maybe this person's treating me this way because I'm trans. So there's like a temptation to just kind of like, well, you know, I'll just go ahead and activate my trap card here and see what happens. And that can become either, you know, a way to slime somebody who's innocent, or of anything stronger than just like disagreeing with you, or it can be a way to protect yourself if you're actually doing something that's more yikes than what, you know, you're like accusing the other person of. So I'm thinking that, like, you know, like that's just something that certain people give into at certain times, and I don't think we can do anything about that. What we can do something about is people's understanding of these issues.
So somebody in chat says, I think he's looking for a specific question. I guess, but like, what I'm trying to do is make sure that we're on the same page, because I thought we would be. I didn't think that any of this stuff was that complicated. I didn't think that any of this stuff was that deep, and it's not. Like I said, I'm an anarchist catgirl bimbo, okay? I'm not very smart myself, and I understand this. I thought for sure the great Stephen Bonnell II would understand this, but I was wrong. He's the jack of all trades, the master of none.
And moving that forward from like this, you know, sort of bastardized version of itself into like a real understanding of what an intersectional framework looks like, and that it's not just like white bad, black good, trans good, cis bad, man bad, woman good. You know what I mean? It's not just a reversal of the hierarchies which have caused this oppression, you know, that we're looking for. Like that's, but I'm afraid that that's what a lot of right-wingers think, and unfortunately, there's some left-wingers who believe that too. But they've also got this conflict of like, I don't want to be racist, but I think these rules are kind of bullshit. So let me see, what do I do? Oh, I guess I follow the bullshit rules, but then I'm always secretly kind of resentful about them. I don't know. I feel like this is not it, Chief. And I just thought wanted to kind of pick your brains on your thoughts, you know, on this phenomenon, since it seems like it's been on your radar a lot lately, just from watching your content.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there are some people that are predisposed to kind of like lash out at others and weaponize their statuses or whatever to try to get people canceled.
I'll be right back, chat.
I guess it's hard to discourage people to do that, but we should still probably do that rather than giving into it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much we can discourage like that phenomenon from happening, but I think that what happens, okay, so it's not the rogue SJW that you're really worried about. It's the fact that the people around them might have just as bad of a understanding of intersectionality and might kind of just go along with their bullshit because they're like, yeah, you did disagree with a black person, and like that goes in a really bad direction. Like, look, if I have to wait for a black content creator to come by to criticize Candace Owens, we're in trouble. If you have to wait for a trans content creator to come by to criticize Blair White, we're in trouble. I want people not to be walking on eggshells. And Destiny, you were definitely like walking on eggshells, like coming onto my stream. I kind of understand why though, because I have seen like really well-intentioned creators get themselves involved with trans issues, do the best that they can, really like come from an honest place, and still get called transphobic by you know some of their fans, some of their, you know, anti-fans. Like I'm thinking Xander Hall is the big one. Xander Hall's like, of all the cis creators I know, he's done the most to actually understand trans issues, which means like stepping outside of his, you know, comfort zone. And you know, like there's no reason for a cis person to need to like educate themselves on trans issues. Like I need to educate myself on the way that cis people see the world, but no cis person really needs to understand like what my life is like. And yet Xander Hall went out of his way to try to, you know, kind of understand that and to advocate for us. And, you know, I think is a really strong ally and, you know, gets a ton of shit from people because like he's not perfect or, you know, sometimes it even isn't like an imperfection. It's just like, I don't know, is it because he's a cis guy? Like there is a certain degree, I gotta say, that we marginalized folks sometimes essentialize white, straight, cis men as if they are like the fucking Dio Brando of oppression. But yeah, I mean, I guess I just wanted to express that I see that, you know, and that your identity actually gets essentialized sometimes. I wouldn't compare it to like, you know, a marginalized group exactly, but I do think it makes it harder for, especially when, you know, somebody like you, and I've heard you like advocate for trans issues in a much more rational way than a lot of people do. A lot of times the feels that creep into like, you know, trans issues, like trans women in sports and stuff like that, they end up kind of jaundicing the argument and leading it into this fucked up place that like comes from an idea of conventional wisdom, but really like loses its grounding in facts pretty quickly. And you know,
I don't know. I almost think like right here, I'm like kissing way too much ass, right? So what I'm trying to do is say, hey, I know that you think that I look at you and I see, you know, and this is before Destiny had come out as non-binary, a white, straight, cis, you know, white, straight, like, right, you know, that you think that I see a very privileged person, right? And that I'm basing my concept of who you are on that. I'm actually not, and I do know that that happens, and I want to let you know that I'm one of the good ones. Yeah, that's pretty cringe. That's pretty cringe by me. Yeah.
it just ends up of like, yeah, I guess like trans women shouldn't.
Basically, Chinese government wants Uyghurs to culturally assimilate with the rest of China, to my understanding, since they think, well, yeah, you're definitely right in saying that the U.S. doesn't have a leg to stand on as far as that criticism. I am just talking purely from a point of consistency, which if you've listened to Destiny, that supposedly DGG and Destiny are really big on, right? That consistency thing, and they're not being consistent, right? So yeah, I know I'm not gonna get to them with an argument about like US versus China, or you know, like talking about you know, stuff that I didn't really have good data on, like as far as the minutia of the situation. But I can definitely say that if your problem is that you think that there's a genocide going on and you think that Mel is denying that, you cannot say that Haas isn't doing the same things times 10, right? A full phrase is jack of all trades and master of none. What did I always say? What was I saying? More you than oftentimes better than master of one. More you than Destiny. I love the whole phrase. Oh, that's the whole phrase. Wow.
Be allowed to play sports or something, or but a league of our own, that would be fun. The trans leagues, wow. But like, I mean you've been good about this stuff, and yet, you know, still you're getting called transphobic for what was it, like slipping up on you know, slipping up on somebody's pronouns or something like that.
I didn't. I don't even know. I'm not sure. Actually.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I remember the thing. So like you said and like that could either be, depending on people, how them or him or something like that. And like I interpreted it as you were saying them, but like I guess some people, you know, saw it differently. Anyway, like yeah, I mean just kind of like a minor thing, and like you illustrated earlier, you know, like you can slip up on a cis person's pronouns just because you're like thinking of, you know, her, but you're talking about him.
Not for me, it's not forgetting half of the quote, it's never having heard half of the quote. So the other half of the quote was forgotten long before me.
And you know, like people misspeak, and if we're gonna hold everybody to like, you know, this thing of like, hey, if you ever misspeak and it sounds, you know, kind of transphobic, it sounds kind of racist, it sounds kind of misogynistic, we're just gonna be like, all right, forevermore, you represent this, you are misogynist, you are a transphobe, and I don't want to have anything to do with you, and like the rights of exclusion, all the Mark Fisher Vampire Castle shit, right? Have you? I'm sorry, maybe you haven't read that one.
I haven't. No, I don't think so.
So I'm trying to talk about cancel culture to somebody who hasn't read Exiting the Vampire Castle. Okay. So if you don't understand, okay, so Exiting the Vampire Castle, I don't know if Mark Fisher uses the term cancel culture. Maybe it was before that was even a thing on the right wing, right? Maybe it was before cancel culture was a thing. But Mark Fisher is essentially a lefty, a leftist, theorist, really, author of Capitalist Realism and a bunch of good shit, like a contributor of good ideas to the left discourse, right? And, he's written this, he wrote an essay, which I don't think is his best work. I think that Exiting the Vampire Castle is really cringe. I do think that there's a point there somewhere, but Mark Fisher is neither the dude to make that, point, nor is he's basically just confusing the issue and kind of, it's more, R.I.P. Mark Fisher. It's more of like I said, it's not his best work. So I'm not a huge fan of that, but like, it's kind of, if you want to talk about this, that's the required reading, and Destiny hasn't done it, and here, dumbass me thinking that he has. Dumbass me. You're watching me on TV, but in chat, on your phone, not your usual setup. Oh, okay.
The Vampire Castle
It's
is
a
not
very,
fire.
it's like a very short little piece, but and I wouldn't actually recommend it. But it's the only piece that really, it's one of the first things to kind of like talk about this concept of like, hey, like from actually a leftist perspective, I think in Mark Fisher's, case.
Yeah. So, wait. So, what feedback are you looking from me for here? Or I don't know where. It sounds like we probably generally agree on most things. Like, yeah.
We agree on most things. Let's see. What did I
mean? I love that you can agree with me without understanding what the fuck I'm talking about, Steven. But yeah, I take that as I said enough, like Stephen Good, SJW bad, to state his, to make him think that I'm on his side. And that's kind of what I was going for. I was hoping to open up that can of worms and ask him to look at his perception of cancel culture, and maybe even start to look at it from a marginalized person's point of view. But I guess the first thing in that was like convincing him that I'm on his side. I did convince him that I'm on his side, but I'm talking to somebody who just, like I said, it's just a very skin deep analysis of everything with Destiny, and that's, that doesn't do me any favors. Oh, yeah. So Douglas Lane, very similar to Mark Fisher's Vampire Castle take, yeah.
not agree with you on? I've got, I took some notes here.
Did I? Yeah. So I'm desperately looking for anything that I can actually engage him on. Like, what will Destiny be able to talk about? Because he's obviously not capable of talking about this, right? So yeah, that was, and a lot of DGGers saw that as my cringe. I think I called the Destiny gets stun locked in this debate. Oh my god, yeah, they started to do an angry thread about me, like saying that, oh, you said he's stun locked, but in reality, it's just you talking over him or something like that. And I was like, yeah, I know, like that. Anyway, they got the joke eventually. That, like, stun locked. I don't know. Nocommentchick Gish gallops. Yeah, I think I had to add that actually. But yeah, that is the 2 times that I have talked to Destiny. Now here we come to something kind of interesting, right? So I get brought on to the Prime Kai panel. Remember I was doing that video of Dooby and Counterpoints and Destiny on the Prime Kai panel. So I end up getting invited on the Prime Kai panel to talk to Counterpoints and Dooby and a bunch of other people, and here's what it looked like.
Strict people.
I think that's perfectly fine what Nick said.
So I just want
no comment check. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, Connor, you said that this is true in the perception. You said the perception of people. Guess what, people, that's the perception of. White, male, straight, fucking people in the perception of a certain limited group, in a perception of, let's just say a culture. Let's not essentialize and make it, because it's not all white, straight men, but in the group of cops, in the group of people who think a certain way, yeah, I'm a lot more dangerous than Uncle MAGA with his fucking IEDs in his fanny pack that you're not checking because you think it's just a fanny pack with his diabetes medication in it. So I'm sorry, I got a little passionate there, but like seriously, like this is not, don't say perception, like our perception is fucking universal. Don't fucking erase my perception.
Anybody asking why I don't get invited on panels? This is it. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Like, right? They don't have the tools necessary to handle me, right? On any of these panels. They are afraid.
From the equation of like what you're, you know, considering there. I think you have a very limited view, and like it shows. It fucking shows. That's why you're tripping over your dick and like just I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna mute myself, okay? You guys go on.
I can disagree with Connor in everything he said, because when I say that.
Oh my god, holy shit, chat. I actually did get a little bit like rah, right? Then I gotta calm down. Let me put my Waluigi up here, and oh my god, he's falling over. I'm like shaking. I had so much coffee, chat. Oh my god, seriously, I hate that shit though. Like perception and the people's perception, you're just like taking over everyone's perception and be like, oh, this is people's perception. What I think is people's perception. Go fuck yourself with that No, I understand why people react the way they do to Connor now. I totally get it now. All right. Did I not start out this panel really calm and really nice? I think I did.
Let's see.
To fucking people in churches. It's not a threat to the cops. The cops are wearing fucking body armor. They're rolling into the call after the shooting has already occurred. So if I look at fucking Jim Bob, the fucking dude with his fucking fanny pack and a concealed weapons permit, I don't see a threat because he's protecting the status quo. I literally don't know where we disagree, and I have no idea how the fuck I'm making you mad. Whereas
I just feel like my perceptions are getting walked over, right? When you said people's perceptions, right? But you're talking about a certain group of people's perceptions, and you
sure. When did
them.
I ever say it was universal? I never said it was universal.
No,
I was talking about law enforcement perception.
You didn't like say, okay, in the sense of the cops, you know, their perception. But you said people's perception. You said people's. And that's what
so if I modify it, hold on, guys, Jesus Christ, it's literally a conversation between me and her right now, okay? So if I modify my language to say law enforcement's perception and conservative America's perception,
that helps
do
a lot.
we agree?
Yeah, I think we
do
agree.
We agree?
No, I don't agree with that.
Do I not? Maybe I
do
missed something.
not agree with that.
Why?
I don't agree that law enforcement, just you saying so doesn't make it so. I don't agree that law enforcement's perception.
No comment.
It was literally a linchpin argument of the beginning of the conversation for the storming of the Capitol. You're shooting your own point in the foot.
No, I'm not.
What are you doing? Stop.
I'm not.
Take the W.
Hey, can I ask chat something? Okay, let's actually do this. Should I debate? Like, should I ever debate again? Right? I'm pretty good at it. I'm known for clapping some cheeks, alright? Should I debate? No, this is given that I get a chance to. This is given that people are not too scared to debate me, right? Because they know what can happen, right? Especially on one-on-one, like with Dylan, right? That was pretty embarrassing for him, right? Should I debate? Should I want to debate? Should I I kind of like, what I don't like about debate is when you set it up like it's going to be a debate, then it's like you gotta get a right-winger, you gotta get the dragon for St. George to slay, but you can't kill the dragon because you need to bring the dragon back next week, right? There's a lot of problems with that. You become friends with the dragon behind the scenes. You're punching your time card with the dragon. It's just like a job, right? You feel like that's your co-worker. There's a lot of problems with debating right-wingers. So, like, I mean, I'm not really talking about that, but like in terms of just debating shit libs, rad libs, and all those in between, should I do that? Should that be something that I want to do? Right? I've talked a lot of shit about DebateBros, but at the same time, that is the world that I come from, and that is something that I'm really fucking good at. I almost forgot how good because I haven't done it in so long. I don't think you should give these people air or a platform. Because I do get a lot of requests.
Good to be
I do get a lot of people asking me, why aren't you on the Hippy Dippy anymore?
here. And hi everybody.
And as much as they hate my guts and as much as they're scared of me, at this point, they're looking for drama, chat. I could probably get on one of these if I wanted to. I'm just not sure if it's worth it. And I'm not looking to debate Rob Knorr. I'm not looking to debate CTV. I'm not on the, like that's not an interesting conversation in my mind. But if I get something, with somebody like Hans of Harkir or Xanderhal Vosh, this kind of person, should I take that debate? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely happy to have you. I didn't know Tuesdays were rougher for you, but yeah, okay, good to know.
I mean, they're not officially bad.
Yeah, I kind of like it better when it's a conversation, and if we disagree, we disagree, and then it turns into a little bit of a debate, but it's not set up where it has to be the debate, right?
For me, they're just like happen to be bad. Like something always happens on a Tuesday.
What's that, Jennifer?
Okay. Are you the good kind of busy or the bad kind of busy?
The good kind of busy, yeah. The good kind of busy, but just like it's overwhelming. So it's kind of like drinking from a fire hose, but it's a very delicious fire hose. Let's just say.
We gotta get that like sexuality out there, right? With Nocommentchick. Sometimes it's very metaphorical, sometimes it's very subtextual, but I'm definitely drinking from the fire hose, if you know what I mean.
Thanks so much. And last but so
cooking channel, cooking comment cooking Clanops cooking channel.
We have a creature from the nicer, kinder,
yeah, I mean, I kind of do like those sort of conversations too, and it seems like you appreciate that, and I appreciate you for that, because there's some thought that conversations like the one you're talking about, Sabrina, are not something that the algorithm likes. They'd rather like have me blow up on counterpoints. They'd rather have me blow up on Dooby, right? And they don't want to see the nice, like conversations where we agree on stuff and we actually start to, kind of like brain like you pick picking each other's brains. That's what I'm looking for. You're Nocommentchick. There we go. I could be like a raw food channel. Nocommentchick.
North side of your nightmares. Dooby, thanks for coming through. Dooby, this is a
so chat. That name is going to become more relevant. Okay, that name is going to become more relevant.
A new look.
When we start to talk about clan ops, when we start to talk about the cancellation campaign against me, right? This is somebody who's tied up in those clout networks, right? It's not, because everybody thinks it's Dylan. Everybody thinks that somehow Dylan's doing something under the wire. I mean, Dylan still like talks shit about me from time to time. Dylan still tries to farm drama off of me, but he admitted that I was right. He went on Xander Hall and he said, yeah, you shouldn't let somebody gish gallop, especially if they're spouting tropes. So as far as I'm concerned, Dylan, you said NCC was right, and even though you didn't say NCC was right, we all know that you understand it, right? You just not a big enough man. Not a big enough man to admit that, right? But like as far as I'm concerned, that shit is over, and you surrendered, all right? So good on you, Dylan. Good on you. Next time, say my name, bitch. But yeah, good on you. But people think it was about Dylan. It turns out that when that happened with Dylan, there were some other people who already had their eye on me. Now watch this debate, because I'm going to say that Dooby is one of these people. I'm going to make the case that Dooby is one of these people who had their eye on me. That I tripped the danger. There was like, there was flashing lights and there was klaxons and all that shit in the Dooby spaceship, right? There was like, this could get out of control. We got to do something about this cat girl, right?
A welcome change, I think. But I feel like you are testing us.
Is NCC responding to the blue-haired individual? Yeah, good question.
Getting us to lower our guard.
You should debate. Views go up. People will join Discord. You will have fun debating newer people with experience. Wait, you think exploding's a bad thing?
Before the usual happens. Dooby, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. And thank you very much for having me on. I always like to come on and talk to you people.
Yeah.
No, here's the funny thing, okay? I don't know much about Dooby. All I know is that Dooby's got him a big Discord server. That's a big political Discord server. That's all I know about Dooby at this point. And you're going to see, you know, the first time I engage with Dooby, it's not in a hostile way. I'm not thinking of this guy as a Sussy Baka at all. I got no idea who this dude is. I know nothing about the reputation of his server. I know nothing about him. I'm naive. I am completely naive at this point.
Especially my favorite lawyer, Pisco.
Not a lawyer.
You have books. That's good enough for me.
Okay. All right. So we'll roll on and get started with our very first topic. After the Capitol riots, Twitter permanently banned President Donald Trump for seemingly stoking more violence on their platform. Was this a fair decision? Should a president or would a world leader ever be blocked from social media? Does the public lose valuable information by not having a direct line of communication to a leader? Should Twitter and other platforms get credit for making this move, or should they be criticized for not doing it sooner? Okay, we'll start. I'll wait for you, Pisco. I'm not going to start with you, Pisco, because I know what's going to happen.
Oh, so wait. The exploding should be done when you have complete momentum in the debate, and that then the explosion itself is like a fatality. Okay, so maybe you haven't watched a lot of my videos, Duke, but like they start off in media res. So what you're seeing was in the middle of the debate. So you didn't see what precluded that, and you didn't see what followed that up. So yeah, but yeah, good point. Good point. That is true. But I think what you're missing is the context.
But no, we'll actually go to you last. So you, Batnick. Muted.
Oh, you're
Great
muted,
start.
yeah.
Great start to it all.
Sorry, I'm really dumb. Overall, I go back and forth on this pretty hard because, like, on the one hand, I want to be like, hey, you know what? Private company, do whatever the fuck you want. I kind of understand why it can be a little risky when it's a world leader. On one hand, I think it obviously wouldn't be that hard for the government to set up, like, a site where a president could do something kind of like Twitter without having the ability to get, like, fucked by being a private company. But as far as whether they should be criticized, I think if it were anyone else who was slightly less of a pain than Donald Trump has been to Twitter, I wouldn't be that upset that it took this long. But with how often he's caused issues on Twitter and how much they've had to bend their own rules to keep him on, I think he should have been gone sooner, just as a precedent sort of deal. So that's
so it's not for this video, just like a general thing to keep in mind. Yeah.
Kind of where I sit on it.
Okay, thank you. Next, Connor.
Yeah, we always talk about, like, there's this term that's often used very frequently with free speech, where it's like, well, we believe in free speech unless it's to, you know, start a riot or yell fire in a crowded theater or to incite violence or anything like that.
Oh my
And
God, I
like
keep
the
on
really
eating all my
fucking
food.
frustrating thing for me is
I've got an
arguing with
appetite
right-wingers
again.
right now because Donald Trump didn't explicitly say go raid the fucking Capitol and take members of you know, Congress hostage. So that's actually what's really pissing me off, because basically we've had a narrative since Election Day that the election was stolen, that Venezuela and China are both responsible for it, that the current Democrats and Republicans, the rhinos, are responsible for this fraud. It's the largest and most widespread corruption.
So I want to make a point about counterpoints, all right? This is an associate of Lauren Southern. He's going to come off as being centrist, as being right down the middle, like, you know, in this debate. He's going to come off as being very reasonable as a right-winger. What I'm going to warn you about is don't trust the guy. Don't trust the guy, right? Because there's something going on here. Just like Nocommentchick is playing a long-term strategic game with the DebateBros in terms of, like, you know, I don't agree with them, but I think that I can get further with honey than I can with vinegar, right? That I can kind of, like, I can invite them to be better, right? Connor is basically trying to get lefties to trust him and to be like, oh yeah, he's the good right winger, and bring him into our midst. Because like at this point, Prime, Dylan, a lot of us, even me, I never had right wingers on my panels, but I would bring some right wingers on for like one-on-one debates and stuff like that, right? So you know, everybody's kind of doing the right wing, left wing debate, and they're looking for somebody who's like not gonna like get them TOS, they're not gonna say something super cringe, like they're not gonna cause a huge problem, right? So Connor's positioning himself to be a righty that lefties like, right? And why that's dangerous is because this dude is with Lauren Southern. This dude is in that social network. This dude is plugged into the Twitch politics trash fire, okay? And I didn't realize it at this point, but Counterpoints is actually kind of a, you know, Counterpoints is more of a concern than a lot of people give him credit for.
That's ever hit our society ever.
Trump on Twitter was just so hair-pulling. Yeah.
And if I believe that to be true, I can see how raiding the Capitol is justified. But I know it's not true. And I think it's bullshit. And he's basically manipulated a bunch of sycophants to do one of the most egregious attacks on our social institutions in history. And I'm actually really grateful for the American Republican system that it's been able to withstand.
And this is the kind of thing, right? This is the kind of thing. Now, did anybody hear that? The American what system? Not the American Democratic system, the American Republican system. So this is a right-winger reminding us that we don't live in a democracy, we live in a republic. And why are they reminding us that? Because they hate democracy. They're afraid of democracy. They're afraid of things like popular vote for president, right? It's a movement, right? And only a few more states need to sign on to that before we can actually get a de facto of the electoral college working so that it's you know the majority of the popular vote that wins the day, right? But people like Counterpoints definitely do not want that, right? He's framing this, and most people don't notice that. Oh yeah, Democratic Republic, sure. You know, he said Republic this time. I mean, you know, whatever. I'm sure he meant Democratic Republic. He did not mean that. These people hate democracy. These people don't want to give the Democrats any credit for anything. And they want to, like, do you see, it's priming. It's thinking of a republic as a good thing, thinking of democracy as a dangerous thing, thinking of democracy as like mob rule, right? That's the phrase that they'll use, mob rule. We can't have mob rule. Okay, so we can't vote on a president and have the person with the most votes win. That's what you're saying. So watch the language on both Counterpoints and Dooby, because these are two right-wingers, and I know we all like to think of right-wingers as MAGAs and shoulds, and they're not very smart, and they're just a bunch of anti-intellectual fucks. These two guys are right-wingers, and they're pretty fucking strategic. They're playing a game, and they're playing it with skill, and they're playing a linguistic game, and if we're not paying attention to their words, we're going to miss out on that.
Stand these attacks, because I think if we were better formed, we would basically be in a dictatorship right now, brought on by his sycophantic cult. So no, I'm actually really happy that Twitter banned him. I hope he stays banned permanently. I do take the position that any private industry can take whatever steps they want with any clients they want. And just to wrap it up, if he was advocating for more egregious violence, then I don't think anybody should have any problem with what's just happened. And the fact that he's already done the fucking bullshit he has is obnoxious.
Thank you very much, Jangles.
But do you see, if you weren't paying attention, you might think, hey, here's a very balanced, very based right-winger, you know, who understands that what Trump did was bad. And compared to Uncle MAGA, you know, that's great. That's great. But what you're not noticing is that when you're bringing this dude in from the cold and being like, yeah, he's all right, let's put our arm around him, like he's one of the good right-wingers, right? What you're not noticing is this guy fucking hates democracy. This guy, you know, like, look at that. Look at what you can do with that. If you're saying we're a republic, then you can justify things like the manipulation of the vote through gerrymandering, right? You can do a lot with what he just said that's extremely useful for the right wing, that can keep the right wing in power. Because demographically, chat, the growth demographically is in POC vote, right? The growth demographically is towards the left, right? And at some point, the Republican Party should become a third party, should become unviable, should be obvious that is the party of the old and dying, and that a new party could take ascendancy. You could have like a socially democratic party be the rivals to the Democrats. You could have the Democrats be appropriately so, because this is what their takes are, the right-wing party, and you could have another party arise on the actual left, and we could move to the left. If, however, we still have gerrymandering, we still have the capture of the courts by the right wing, they can hold on to power for who knows how long. And we can justify it by saying, we're a republic. I guess we're a republic. It's not about democracy. We can't have mob rule. We got to have an orderly republic, right? And what was the republic? The republic was government by rich, white, land-owning dudes. That's where it started. Or a republic if you can keep it. Yeah, if you can keep it. If you can keep those femoids away from the polls, if you can keep black people away from the polls, if you can keep non-landowners away from the polls, then you can keep your shitty republic, right? That's what these assholes want. And so that's why even in this debate, I do notice Dooby doing this shit, but I don't notice Connor doing it enough. I'm way too nice to Connor in this debate.
Nice, very well put. Because something that I think regarding like explicit calls for violence,
it's because we want to believe in like a salt of the earth, Republican that sees MAGA and says, "Whoa, yikes, my dude, yikes!" That we want to believe in that. We want to believe in the reasonable Republican. We want to believe that still exists, right? And instead, what you got is a calculated Republican playing us.
If all the things that Trump were saying were true, then yeah, Connor's kind of right there. It would be very justifiable to storm the Capitol building and like take it by force and take our democracy back by force. And so just by the fact that you're like saying, as the most powerful person on the world, you're saying that all these things are true. You're saying that the election was stolen from us. You're saying that everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. They just don't want to admit it. Yeah, absolutely. He's spreading a bunch of lies that have inarguably caused, an insurrection, an attempted fascist coup of our democratic process. This is inarguable that he was the instigator in that, and this is not going to stop. Like, oh well, we tried, we're going to stop again. Like the FBI reported either today or sometime yesterday that there's going to be like mass armed protests in all 50 states, and in every capital of every state. And so that to prevent further insurrection attempts, yeah, I think this is the only reasonable, responsible route that Twitter could have chosen, because Trump has gotten preferential treatment in the past, like things that would have gotten a normal user banned. Twitter kept him on because he's the president of the United States. So, in essence, him getting upset about this and people getting upset for him about this are upset that Trump has no longer gotten the special treatment that he's been used to for all this time. And so, I think it's kind of funny to say that, oh, they're just targeting Trump because he's the bad person who says the bad things. Well, no, he was getting preferential treatment beforehand, and now he's finally being treated like everybody else on this platform. So, I don't think that we're losing a direct contact to the president. I mean, celebrities have PR teams for a reason, because if they say something wrong, it can make them look bad and ruin their careers. Well, if Trump says something wrong, like how his nuclear button is so much bigger than North Korea's, yeah, that could result in a lot of bad things. And Trump almost instigating nuclear war on Twitter was a very good reason to ban him in the past, but I'm happy they done it now. And yeah, there's more to say on it, but I'd like to let everybody else talk, and we'll get into the exchanges.
Sure. DB.
Muted. Hello.
There we go.
Yeah, I think the simple answer is that he should have been banned pretty clearly a long time ago. I think that they shouldn't really get any credit for doing it now. They kind of waited to the last minute, like a couple weeks before he's out of office, or I think less than 2 weeks before he's out of office. And when he's already done all this damage, spreading all this misinformation. Now there's like there were the additional questions, right? Is this a fair decision? No. I don't think so. I think based on the TOS rules that they used to get rid of them in the posts that they outlined as TOS violations, this seems pretty clear that they stretched it a lot to make this happen, right, within the terms of service. Personally, I don't really care. I don't really think they need to follow the terms of service. I don't really care about that too much. I think that we do kind of lose out, but not having the president on Twitter. If it was another president, I think this one being on Twitter, having a direct line of communication to all these people is pretty like demonstrably a net negative. And the only thing that I want to see going forward, I hope to see going forward, is that this standard is applied across the board, right, regardless of political ideology. So I think you can make a pretty fair argument that, you know, we just got through a year of riots. There are dozens and dozens of Proud Boy cells and Antifa cells and God knows what else cells on Twitter.
Here we go. Proud Boys and Antifa, same thing. Same cells too on Twitter. So like, wait, groups of people that retweet each other. There's cells now, right?
Twitter, right? That use Twitter to organize, that advocate for destruction of property and all this uprising nonsense. I'd like to see all those taken off too. So that's what I'm hoping to see going forward. I'm hoping, you know, now that this line has been crossed, we see it crossed a lot more, and people start being more reasonable.
So yeah, Dooby's like, yeah, take down Donald Trump, take down the Proud Boys, take down Unicorn Riot, take down It's Going Down. See what he's doing? It's the same. Okay, Dooby.
Next, Mark Monkey.
I'm gonna say that he.
Yeah, good point. Like, the Proud Boys are an organization with leadership. Antifa is an idea, is a principle, is a tactic of resistance, right? That's been practiced, you know, since the original, the original Antifa in the you know, opposing the Nazis, right?
He should still have his Twitter. No, I'm just kidding. I think everyone is going to agree on this topic. Definitely, him no longer being on Twitter is going to be nothing but a net good. For the past 4 years, he has had a complete chokehold on propaganda through his Twitter. He could constantly change the narrative at so fast that we couldn't even keep up with it. Like, he would say 20 different things that were all lies at the same time, and we'd have to counter each and every single one. And his supporters believed every single one of them without realizing the contradiction in all of them. It was endless and constant. And he was retweeting white supremacists. He was retweeting QAnon supporters. He was helping fuel the flames of conspiracy theorists. Like, this is all very dangerous, and I'm not shocked at all.
VTubers should not be on panels, and I'm saying this as a VTuber. I think Danabo would agree.
That
I think Danabo would agree.
We have been, you know, the left has been warning about this for the past 4 years, that this is coming to a head, that eventually...
Proud Boys is a new clown group. Oh, yeah, that's right. Their ex-leader snitched on them, yeah.
All this rhetoric
Enrique
turns into action, and that's exactly what happened on Wednesday. So yes, he shouldn't have a Twitter, and if he does, it needs to be run by only a staffer, and it needs to only be tweeting out what he's doing on that day or something that he's promoting at that time, some sort of policy that he's wanting to push, or maybe a press conference or two. As to whether or not it infringes on his free speech, hell no. He's the president. He at any time can call a press conference. He can stick his head out the front door of the White House and he can go, "Hey, press, talk to me." And they will listen to every single word he says. They will replay it multiple times a day.
Oh, hey, what's up? Oh my god!
Throughout the week, if he only gives one press
welcome Raiders. How's it going? Good to see you.
Conference and nothing else.
Danabo, did you bring this group? Oh, happy birthday to your son, meow. You've been similar. Oh no, you were here before. Okay, so it wasn't you. Anyway, we got a little spike there. For some reason, when this VTuber talked, I wonder what that's about. Chat, what do you think? What do you think? There's a little spike in views. Little spike in views there. That's an interesting phenomenon. We've seen that before. For some reason, when this guy gets brought up, there's a little spike in views. I don't know. Well, hello, little spike in views. If you want to say something, I don't think any of you are banned from my channel, so free speech away. You know, I might have blocked you on Twitter, but you can have your free speech here. You brought no. It wasn't you. It was Danabo says it wasn't me. I didn't think so. I didn't think it doesn't seem like it would be.
Talking about his free.
Unless they're following me, I don't know. That's scary. They could probably do that on Twitch. I don't know if they can do that on YouTube.
A speech when he sits on top of the biggest megaphone in the country, if not the world.
Gotcha. Nocommentchick.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would absolutely say that, you know, under our
Oh, I'm
current
just looking at my analytics and I just saw 10 people join the chat at once. So I'm just welcoming them in from wherever they are, whatever their interest is. It seems to maybe be in this VTuber. So, you know, if you're from this VTubers community, hello and welcome. Hello and welcome.
system, which is capitalism, last time I checked, private property is fucking sacred, and you need to let Dorsey have his toy. Whatever Dorsey wants.
This is me shitposting as a ANCAP.
Wants to do with that toy, with that Twitter, you know, it should just be like, you know, if we're really gonna go by like a true libertarian.
Oh, welcome infrared community. Yeah, we're not actually to Haas yet. We will be talking about Haas. But I'm not sure. We're still a little before any sort of interaction between me and Haas had happened.
You know, anarcho-capitalist precepts that we got to say that like it's his. But really,
Are you from Haas by way of lefty pull, or are you not lefty pull?
Realistically speaking, it's a lot more. It is somewhat like a network. It is somewhat more like maybe we should treat it more like traditional media. I can get the right wing's point when they're saying that this has kind of become part of the commons and that this is some sort of a free speech mechanism. And I think that, you know, going forward, right, you know, that there's got to be some some credence paid to that. There's got to be some other way of managing our social media rather than just let it be, you know, whoever owns it does whatever they can. But honestly, like, I don't want to hear any of this shit from the rightoids. I don't want to hear any of this shit about, like, you know, we got to, you know, force Dorsey to do this or that. Because, like, if they're the same people that were telling me that, like, you know, private property is sacred, that's absolutely incompatible. And they got to, like, check themselves and ask themselves, am I really, like, fully capitalist? Maybe I'm a little bit of a commie after all.
Oh, Haas by way of Xanderhall, huh?
And that's going to be an interesting realization for them. But seriously, yeah, it could.
I think that's the one debate I didn't watch of Haas. Is Haas versus Xanderhall?
Probably be regulated.
The one early debate.
More for the public good, though, because like if you look at the regulations for networks for television, a lot of that has to do with what is in the public interest, what is in the public good. They're actually required to do certain.
If you're asking me, no, I do not still watch Haas.
Things like, you know, give time to political candidates, but they're also forbidden for transmitting stuff that's socially irresponsible.
I wouldn't even give him the credit of being an ML. I think Haas is something different. I think he's more of like a Eurasianist, right? He's more of a Duganite.
Responsible, i.e. the shit that Donald Trump has been tweeting out. So I think either way, whether it's managed by some kind of regulation in a less, you know, purely, you know, capitalistic, you know, system, or whether we're just going to say it's Dorsey's toy, I think either way, Trump's fucked, you know, because he can't, like, just do whatever he wants, and he wants to use Twitter to bypass the media. The media would be the normal, like, watchdog, guard dog to kind of keep that shit, you know, like, oh shit, you know, like, this isn't something we should transmute. The president's clearly, like, kind of like off the rails here. And you know, I mean, I guess I'm glad that corporations are doing it. Feels like a little bit of strange bedfellows right now, and like I said, I'm not so sure how comfortable I am with that going forward, but that's a system that we got right now, and thank God that somebody's like watching and is gonna, like, you know, kind of shut this shit down before it gets even worse. So I guess it's for
too much of an idealist to be a true ML.
the best.
I agree.
I don't know. Feels weird, man. That's what I've got to say. Feels weird, man.
Peace, go.
Thank you, Prime. I think the first question before we address whether or not this was a fair decision is whether or not it was illegal. Now, the lecture.
Oh my God! Here goes. So, if you don't know, this is Pisco 95. I've had Pisco on a lot of times onto my show. Not a leftist, definitely liberal. Pretty base takes for the most part, but it looks like he's not a materialist, that's for fucking sure. Dude, you don't get into that Dugan shit without like really leaving your materialism behind, right? Dugan is just pure ideology, if you know what I mean, comrade.
Thorns of the world will say to you and everyone else that this was unconstitutional, what Twitter did.
Oh, wow.
Why?
That is interesting. Pisco arguing that.
Philosophy or legal analysis, Twitter is what's considered a public forum. Stop and think about that for a second. The rules with respect to public forums and the kinds of restrictions you can put on speech in public fora are it's extremely limited what you can do. You can regulate somewhat the time, place, and manner. You can restrict certain speech with compelling reasons, but you can't really restrict speech at all with respect to like the content of the speech, usually, unless it's something like an incitement to violence or something like, or harassment content. Now, if we really take that philosophical approach that these platforms are public fora, I think we have to come to the conclusion that, you know, Twitter can't really ban spam. Twitter can't do anything with respect to these platforms. And I think that that can't be the case. Our tests for looking at what is a public fora typically revolve around whether it's a quote unquote traditional public forum. These are places like roads and parks, places of time immemorial where speech has been conducted as part of our democracy. And also designated public forums where the government itself says this is a space for free speech. I could imagine a world in which the government releases some sort of utility speech platform. I don't think that Twitter or Facebook can be construed as a traditional public forum. Now, I could imagine a situation in which Twitter and Facebook become so ubiquitous with respect to speech that they just engulf all speech-related activity and we just have to treat them as public forum. I don't think we're there yet. I want to caution people who just say private ownership, therefore not public forum. That analysis can't be entirely correct either. Because Lecture Fan and others, and Madison Cawthorn, will point to cases like Marsh versus Alabama.
Madison Cawthorn, okay.
This is a case in which there's a private town, and the private town, the people in charge, try to prevent individuals from putting out leaflets. The court in that case, Supreme Court, said, it doesn't matter that it's privately owned. Just because it's privately owned doesn't.
Chat, I feel like I need to get another coffee cup like that. Like that coffee cup was great. That coffee cup was a prop. I need to drink more coffee, and I need to get a coffee cup like that. I need to find that coffee cup somewhere, because I think I ended up dropping it and breaking it.
It shouldn't be
It's really
allowed
sad.
For these town operators to be able to restrict people passing out leaflets.
So I think Pisco's talking about company towns. If you haven't heard of these, I guess it would happen with a mining situation where, like, you know, there'd be a company that builds a mine and it's out in the middle of nowhere and they got to have workers for it. So they build a town. You move into that town and the company kind of owns you, right? You can't go to a business that's not owned by the company. So this is their idea. We're going to pay them, sure. Give them their wage, yes. But then we're going to charge them a whole bunch for food, a whole bunch for provisions, a whole bunch, everything that they need. We're going to jack up the prices. So it's kind of like, are you really paying me the wages that we agreed upon, or are you fucking scalping the shit out of me? Right? And it's, yeah, obviously the latter. So Pisco, that's a good point. That's a debate bro hypothetical, or, you know, that's not a aspel, right? That actually makes sense to consider, right? That you can't just see it as and like I said, I wasn't really endorsing it's Dorsey's toy, right? I believe in at least, you know, even, oh God, well, like, I mean, obviously I'm not a fan of capitalism, right? So yeah, it wouldn't be, in my world, it would not be Dorsey's toy. It would be all of our toy, okay? And we'd share it like good little children. We'd share it and be nice. But yeah, it's, so Pisco's making the point that you can't really, that ANCAP point of view leads in some really bad directions that we've rejected. As a country, we rejected the idea of company towns. Shit like that is what got the labor movement going. It's what fueled the labor movement's fire, right? It's what, like, let people see, because that's a mask-off moment. Okay, you're going to pay me a wage, and then you're going to take it all back in these fucking shitty company stores that I have to shop at, right? They start to see that shit, right? So and Pisco's pointing out that this is not what we want. This is not the way, right? So yeah, I agree with Pisco here. I was taking a little bit of a shit, but I'm assuming that the right wingers I'm dealing with are kind of ANCAPs. In reality, they might be closer to Nazbols or you know, some kind of a right wing third position. of some sort, right? Because they don't really have that ANCAP ethic, right? I'm used to dealing with ANCAPs all over Twitch at this point, and these dudes are a little different. I'm talking about Dooby and Connor. I don't know about Bad Nick. Oh wait, yes, actually I do. Bad Nick I talked to, and it turns out dude's not even a conservative, but this is how hard up Prime and Dylan were for conservatives back in the day, that they had to go to somebody that's, basically left of center centrist like Bad Nick and be like, okay, you're a conservative today, right? It's kind of, but yeah, no, Dooby and Connor, I'm not disputing they're right-wing bona fides. Yeah, I would never argue with that of either of you two, right? You guys got yeah, I will validate your right-wingedness
on what is de facto traditional public forum like roads and streets and that sort of thing. So don't look just to the private ownership as something that's dispositive, though it is relevant, right?
It shows how much panels have moved to the right. Yeah.
If something is privately owned, it's probably less likely.
Well, I mean, this is what happened. Dylan found himself without a real right-wing ecosystem on the right, and so he created it. And he kind of thought that it could be his little petting zoo, and like, okay, we'll keep him over here, and bring him out on Fridays for the hippy dippy. But like, they're not gonna affect the platform. Oh my God! Not only did they affect the platform, Dylan, they affected you. They intellectually captured you. They ran circles around your brain, and really just used you, my dude. Used you.
Likely to be a public forum. On the question of whether or not this was a fair decision, I leave that to Twitter and their guidelines. I think that they're competent enough to enforce their own guidelines.
Oh, good night, Sabina.
Don't think that these people have a claim that that these guidelines are arbitrary or that they were enforced arbitrarily. You can tell also by the court cases that are being brought that they're not really mad for free speech reasons. They're mad because of antitrust reasons. And so we should call them out, their arguments. They're just essentially upset that they're not able to spread their lies on whatever platform they want.
Bad posture, though. Oh my God, bad posture, chick.
Right. So we'll open this up to the floor.
Oh my God, what am I doing?
The other side of this, because a lot of people are agreeing that he should have been banned, but I think there's arguments that he shouldn't have been. But go ahead. Anyone wants to jump in first?
Yeah, I'd like to actually start off with something.
Oh my God.
First, Connor. One thing that
is Connor like laughing at me?
Like
that
motherfucker.
motherfucker.
Like, what I said in my opening statement, I'm really in the middle on this because one of the things that really concerns me is, as much as I like to laugh and giggle,
I'm like I literally changed my leggings here
about the fact.
Oh, and I'm trying to duck down to stay under. That's what I'm doing. I think I'm underneath the camera. Like, I think I'm underneath the camera, something like that. Yeah. Oh my God.
The fact that like far right people are getting like completely fucked off platforms and all that. I do think it's going too far.
What are you doing,
now.
Irene?
Like when it's just Twitter, it's one.
Like,
it's not
watch
a big
me like
deal,
pull a
and,
sex toy out of the bag or something. Yeah.
And, this actually might be one of the later topics, but like with the recent stuff that happened with Parler, it's being proven. Oh wait, no, it's not one.
And I thought I was underneath the fucking camera. Oh my God.
So yeah, good. Like
I could have just put the thing, like, chat. It's easy. It's just like this, Irene. Like, boom. That's all you had to do.
With Parler having just
that's all
been,
you
like,
had to do,
completely
Crunchlord.
Disband. It's not on Google Play. It's not on the Apple Store. AWS pulled out. They can't find somebody.
I'm glad you missed that.
To
Jeez.
Take them. Their lawyers are pulling out. It's getting to the point where we can't even tell them make your own platform anymore because this level of remove.
I mean, it's nothing obscene, but you can see me like scooting out of my you could see me scooting out of my leggings and putting other leggings on.
Is going so high. Payment processors are pulling out. Web hosting's pulling out. ISPs could start pulling out. So on one hand, I want to laugh and say like, kind of fuck you guys. But at the same time, it's really getting scary to be somebody on the right.
Nick, I have a question for you. So
yeah,
I think viewed in context, these actions make total sense.
I'm like posture check.
We're living in the wake of one of the most incredible moments of insurrection in our country's history. There are
the German federal officer for the protection of the Constitution. Oh my God!
in place as
Well, I can't endorse that. No, like I love all the debate bros. They're great. I've never had a bad thought about any of them. They're all swell guys, I'm sure. Right?
by the FBI
Right.
to storm and protest with armed riots or armed protests, whatever you want to call them, U.S. Capitol or state capitals right now, and including Washington D.C. And Parler's way of addressing this kind of what I think are extremely dangerous communications, I think is practically non-existent. So why should we have sympathy for these services that aren't diligent in removing these kinds of dangerous communications?
Right. So
Can
I'll give
I-
you a quick response, and then I want to give it to Mark or Connor. My only response to that would be, I do agree with you. Parler, I don't feel bad specifically about, but my concern would be that this starting with Parler could end up stretching onwards and hitting more slightly less far right people. Right? Like it starts with the most extreme, but there's always
The slippery slope. That's a good point, Bad Nick. Slippery slopes are slippery.
that concern that they're
a little bit slippy. They're born slippy.
slowly move the wall closer and closer to kick out more and more people. So I know that's like the slippery slope.
Wait, move the wall. There's an administration that just got out of office that was putting in a wall to keep out people. Like that, not as a metaphor either. Like for real. A physical wall to keep out people, right?
Shit, but it could be worrying, I think.
Sorry.
It's like when the fucking metaphor that you're using to say, let's not do this, consists of an action taken by the administration of the ideology that you support. Oh, that's a little bit of a weird, champ.
Yeah, so I kind of want to back it up here a little bit. So for instance, it's like so if we have an armed insurrection, this is like the same argument that we have to apply to like lefty riots, right? If you want to,
if cops started arresting right wingers, would they arrest themselves one day?
Address, yeah, we'll get to it. But if you want to address why these people are becoming insurrectionists, if you want to talk about why they're doing what they're doing, why they think.
So here's what it is, right? So Connor's not going to make the argument that insurrections did nothing wrong. Connor's not that dude, okay? And then that's a bad argument to try to make, right? Even if you believe it, it's a bad argument to make, okay? So he's not going to go there. Right, and smartly so, right? But what he's going to do instead, I'm predicting, I'm pretty sure this is what happens, is that he's going to say, look, if we don't want stuff like the, riots on January 6th, then we better not do stuff like suppress right-wingers' free speech on Twitter and other social media platforms. So in this only situation, let's go ahead and intervene with the government and make some kind of law that just says, like, you can't get banned for misgendering. I don't know if that, like, let me not put words in his mouth, and I don't think he's, like, going for the, going for that specific provision. I just mean, like, in general, the solution to what he's saying would be prevent what is considered TOS now, and what gets right-wingers banned, from being considered TOS through regulation. That's what I'm 90% sure Connor is going to argue for here.
Think they're doing what they're doing. Like, I'm not going to disagree with you on whether or not it's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. But at the same time, it's like you have to address the reasons why these people are doing what they're doing. And the reason why they're doing what they're doing is because a fucking con man is using the most free speech platforms in the fucking planet in order to manipulate them in order to incite violence. And this is where...
Oh, was I wrong?
I seriously, like, this is where I'm borderline disgusted with the Republican Party at this point. For the people who have not called a fucking spade need to come out
I could be wrong.
and fucking
I could be wrong.
Say they need to grab their nutsack and need to say Donald Trump is a fucking con man. He's been lying to you the entire time. We've investigated his fucking claims that the election was obtained by fraud. We haven't been able to produce any evidence in order to do that. The only reason why we went along with this was for political fucking capital. And on top of that, if he fucking pulls any shit like this again, we're basically sticking his ass in jail for inciting a fucking riot. And that's like, that needs to be what's said out loud. You have to deal with the root of the problem.
Good luck. I mean, how many of the...
I mean, it's great that he's... Yeah, he didn't go where I thought he would. There is a little edge on here, though, of, like, if anything happens again, right? So that's almost like, let's, like, preclude the idea of holding him accountable for this situation. I don't know. And that is what happened. That is literally what happened. Like, yeah, Donald Trump, as far as I can see, is not going to be charged for anything. Am I right, chat? Not going to be charged for anything regarding January 6th, right? It's. I think they've looked at the possibility, and it didn't. It's not something that's going to be proceeded with, right? And definitely, there's not going to be like any congressional oversight on. To that effect.
Republicans in office, do you expect to vote on impeachment? Very few.
I
right?
don't know, but
So-
you also see a lot of rats running off of the ship.
Somewhat. The reason it's not where I thought you were going with counterpoints. What I thought you were going to say was, well, if this were the case that any tragedy or terrorist attack can justify any policy, then you should be in favor of like the Patriot Act and the nanny state and all these sort of things. I think there's a difference here. So one is something that I believe to be unconstitutional and helpful, things like the Patriot Act and that kind of mass surveillance, versus action which I don't consider to be unconstitutional, namely platforms, not giving, not harboring these kinds of viewpoints, and that is helpful in reducing the promulgation of these ideas in a way that I think is actually more intense than condemnation by public officials.
Yeah, in that
the thresholds for right-wingers to storm the government is way lower than for leftists. A lot of leftists are getting banned all the time. Yeah, and there wasn't any left-wing insurrections. Yeah.
That's actually, but here, so let me give you the slippery slope, and then you tell me, kind of like where it's ill-considered or something like that. So what we're talking about is a lot of right-wing people and a lot of conservatives basically feel not at home on Twitter. They don't feel at home at Facebook. They feel like all of their positions are.
Yeah, you're right, and Connor's doing exactly that, comparing Antifa and the Proud Boys in this conversation.
Being pushed out of the overtime.
Or was that Dooby? Fuck, I forgot. Oh my god, Chad, I got him mixed up. I think it was Connor.
Window, and we can argue about whether or not that's a good thing. But what's
it was Connor, right?
Concerning is when somebody goes out of their way to create an alternative to YouTube, create an alternative to Twitter, create an alternative to Facebook, and then those websites can't even find hosting, because of what they're doing. Now, basically being the networking site for a domestic insurgency, maybe that's kind of one of the lines that we need.
So I don't mean Parler, in other words,
to draw.
Or was it WhatsApp?
At the same time, it's still
it was Parler, right? Chat the
concerning that
can I give you a hypothetical?
Create a new platform.
So can I give you a hypothetical? So in order to, I think, be philosophically consistent with this line of argument, which I think is a good one, you have to imagine that it's not kind of borderline Trump supporters along with extremists. Imagine that it were just extremists. So imagine that the KKK wanted to have a platform and they tried to request Amazon to host their servers on that platform.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just the KKK, not anything outside of the KKK. Do you think that Amazon would be justified, as well as the rest of the private market, and saying, no, we're not going to do it. We're not going to host?
Yeah, I do.
So then there's no real, you're relying on the judgment call of Amazon to say, no, this is a step too far. And it's the same thing in this situation. You're relying on the judgment call of Amazon. Now, you might disagree with that judgment call, but if you're already sort of delegating that judgment call to them in the extreme case, then it stands to reason that you're delegating that to them in the more mixed case.
Yeah, one of the things that you brought up, though, that was like really interesting and kind of terrifying, though, is that like Facebook, Twitter, like all these social media sites or whatever, you're talking about how they could become the new commons. That like for us, these are new technologies. But 50 years to 100 years from now, kids who are born by 8 years old, they have like a Twitter or some shit or a fucking TikTok. The commons argument is going to be a lot stronger in 50 to 100 years. So that's kind of my fear, is if we don't have these arguments about like what's the moral line, then we're basically gonna, like, I think Dooby, weirdly enough, the notes that I took during the initial comments were actually directed to Dooby. He said that he was happy that Trump was banned, but he previously argued for the nationalization of social media. I might have inferred some intention to him that maybe he didn't have, but my intention that I inferred for him was that he wanted it nationalized so everybody would have a voice no matter what their perspective was. So I'd kind of like a response from Dooby on that.
No, that wasn't why. Yeah, no, I think that groups like what is it? These, I can't remember the name now. the QAnon types, right?
Mhm.
These Proud Boys, these kind of like conspiracy theorists, these people that are saying that they should like go to the Capitol with guns and all. I think these people are like demonstrably like dangerous. I don't think that's the kind of speech we should be allowing.
Antifa's
Now, if Twitter was like something like Twitter was nationalized, I would want them removed. Right, but I'd also want.
That's big. Everyone just heard that. So why limit it there? I mean, what you're saying is you think that the government should be able to stop people from speaking out against ideas you don't like.
I mean, isn't this kind of a like fire in a crowded theater
I'm not there.
scenario here? Aren't we sort of talking about I mean, this is just basic. Like, this is how the First Amendment is applied elsewhere. I don't see a problem with what Dooby's saying.
I have a huge problem with what Dooby is saying, because he's essentially saying that we shouldn't allow QAnon.
Oh my God, that's the most devastating clip. Anybody, make sure to clip that if you hate me. I don't see what's wrong with what Dooby said. See? She said Dooby did nothing wrong. NCC hypocrite. NCC hypocrite. Ooh, ooh.
On people to spread their ideas. Even the government should put people in jail for spreading QAnon. How many of you agree with that?
Well, it depends on what...
Okay, so... Oh my God, ignorant, naive Irene. I see what I'm missing here. What everybody else know, or I don't know how many people know this. It sounds like Pisco knows it, and Connor as well. Like, right, that Dooby is not only advocates for free speech, but runs a server where he basically, is as much of a free speech extremist as he can be. Right, there are things that are TOS, and apparently he does, disallow those things, like, right, and anything else, and the thing that he's expressed before is that he wishes that he could be more free speech. In other words, he wishes he could run it with like absolutely no regulation on no interference, right? Just completely, all right, here you go, here's a Discord, say what you want to, right? And like I said, terms of service, or not terms of service, well, yeah, terms of service for Discord allow for people that are, I think, 14 or up, 13 or up. So yeah, what you're having then is, that age group allowed on the boards with no sort of control over, whether, real far right extremists can post on that board, as long as they are a little bit dog whistly, as long as they kind of candy coat their message enough to pass the smell test, right? That they can absolutely hang out there and recruit, right? So yeah, ironically enough, I am like 180 degrees off here, and I don't understand who I'm talking to. All I know about him is that he's a Discord guy. That's literally all I know about Dooby at this point.
You're talking about, though, from
well,
QAnon.
I don't know about
QAnon
in
can be
jail.
so many different things, right? Like, if they're saying that, like, people, if they're making libelous claims against people being satanic pedophiles that are, like, taking your children, and you know what I mean? When it's stuff that's obviously trying to get people, it's not a crime, but it can get people killed, right? That's...
And I guess I'm just trying to argue for the principle of the point that there is, like, some, we do obviously limit free speech for fire in a crowded theater, and that, like, that sliming people as satanic pedophiles in an effort to get them hurt is, should be seen as not just free speech, right?
That's the kind of thing.
Well,
like,
can I wanted to hear
fire
the
in a crowded
Dooby's
theater.
thought, and then I kind of wanted to tell where it's going, or talk about
I
my
mean,
problem with it.
maybe after maybe you'll have a problem with it in a second.
Maybe I'll have a comment for you after a second. Okay. Okay.
Because
because I'm trying to set up drama with
if we had a nationalized platform, I wouldn't just want the Proud Boys and QAnon and people that are saying that the Democrats wanted your children. I'd want.
I mean, chat. He's got to trigger the blue hair, right? He's got to trigger the anarchy.
For revolution against the government, Antifa, right?
Chucklehead.
Groups have been organizing on these platforms.
Chucklehead.
For like a decade.
That's where it always goes. Dooby. Like that's a really hard thing to say. Who's what? Like what makes somebody an anarchist? What makes somebody Antifa? I want to know this.
Well, when they call themselves anarchists and Antifa and call for the revolution against the government.
Okay, so those names, we banned those names. Do you know what we did that with QAnon? And they just changed it to like, or not QAnon, but they changed it to like QAmom or something. Like, you know, they just changed their name.
Why are you granting
Yeah,
him?
we hunt them down and change them again.
Sorry, I'm talking over people again. Sorry, Contour.
Yeah, we would just if they change the name, we figure out what name they changed to, and take that out.
Why are you granting the premise that the government should be in this
So we're
role?
blacklisting then.
No, but why should the government be allowed to censor and potentially imprison, because you have to enforce this with force, imprison anarchists?
So I mean, I guess that the difference that I'm trying to draw here is that like Antifa is a concept, it's not an organization. The Proud Boys are an organization. It's a slippery slope, you know, because if you try to, the QAnon you could say is the same thing. So you can't really ban them by virtue of them being QAnon. I think you can ban them by virtue of them saying shit like, you know, inciting violence against people. But you can't be, you know, if you try to say, okay, so no more QAnon is banned, then they're going to change their name to QAmom. And they're, okay, no QAmom either, says Dooby. Okay, so now their name is QAmon, like Pokemon, QAmon. Yeah, they just keep changing their name. So then, like, I mean, that doesn't really do any good. So you can't ban an idea or like a concept, but you can ban actions, right? And that's what's making sense to me at this point. I'm ending up in a weird place in this argument, right? Because of the weird positions these right-wingers are taking, and I'm trying to do the best I can with this, like, you know, bizarre geography that you only really get on one of these panel shows, right? You only really get when you bring like these particular people together. This is how the discourse unfolds, right?
Do we really think that the government should have this power? That someone like Donald Trump, who's in office,
Yes
should have
and
the
no.
power? of
Okay, I
enforcement?
want to hold on. I'm going to let Connor talk first, but I do have a thing on this.
Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to jump in is because Nocommentchick was like, oh, well, where is this going to go wrong? And then Dooby would like immediately demonstrated where it goes wrong. So for instance, like Donald Trump was boys with Jeffrey Epstein back in the 80s and 90s. There's allegations that he was having sex with underage prostitutes that were, that were trafficked internationally. Now, some of these are rumor, but also some of these are backed up by fact. So at what point do you say, what's the line between QAnon?
Well, see, like, it's not even a group, right? Like, it's just anybody who decides they don't like fascism and that they're going to do something about it, right? And that it sounds like I'm loading the words and I'm really not trying to, you know, imply anything. I'm just like saying do anything about it, you know, whether it's just document it, whether it's, you know, go to protests with cameras, whether it is, you know, direct action of some kind, counter protests, you know, like whatever tactic you think, you know, you want to use to oppose fascism, that makes you Antifa. And you're not necessarily a group. There could be other people that also are anti-fascist that are taking action that have nothing to do with you. And the same is technically true of QAnon. As fucked up as it is, right? And as much as I doubt that there's like a contingent of people that aren't, you know, yikes as fuck in that movement. Yeah, QAnon is a scary movement of people just spreading rumors for the most part, right? Unfounded rumors, and that is dangerous. But it's kind of like you gotta take it on a case by case basis and say, okay, so the rumor that, you know, that people are rumors that are obviously designed to get people hurt are something that I think you can, you know, you can regulate, whereas like ideas or concepts or names of loosely affiliated but not working together people, you know, is something that, like, if you allow for that, then you open yourself to, like, you know, bans on like any kind of anti-fascist. So what Dooby's talking about is a ban on any anti-fascist activity, any anarchist activity, And he says by name at first. So then I ask him, well, yeah, what if we just decided we're going to change our names to the Non-Hierarchy Appreciators Club? Now we got the Non-Hierarchy Appreciators Club. We just don't appreciate hierarchy, okay? And we're the same people you were about to ban a week ago, but we changed our name, so it's all good, right, my dude? Right? Is that how it works? Right? I don't know. I'm just trying to get him to the point where, you know, because, like, I mean, he's, like, I agree that some regulation on this is so weird too, and this is why I don't understand this dude. I've heard this about this guy before, right? Like I said, this dude runs a website that is just kind of prides itself on free speech, you know, and to the extent that it's become a breeding ground for radicalization. And yet he's now making an argument which is like, okay, well, like, you know, if we decide a group is bad, then of course we can ban it. And, like, although, like, I think that there are groups that do things that should be banned, I'm more along the lines of legally codifying that as banning those activities, right? Rather than, you know, making a list of groups that are not allowed, because then that, yeah, that's the blacklist thing, and then you end up with a situation where when a right-wing government gets into power, those lists absolutely will include communist, anarchist, socialist, you know, on down the line, feminists, right? That this is you know, this is something that I want to avoid endorsing. Somebody shoots up a pizza place because of Pizzagate. Nobody did anything similar because Trump's connection to Epstein. So it's kind of BS that Connor brings that up. QAnon actually does have leaders, and all their online... Oh, okay. Do they have leaders? QAnon leaders. The preacher who told people JFK was coming for... Well, we can put that on the subpoena then. We'll put the preacher who said JFK was coming as the person that gets subpoenaed and see if we can bring that to court. See if we truly can indict a ham sandwich.
And actual, legitimate, like, real...
Can we muster those weird champs?
Conspiracy to basically have international sex trafficking of underage prostitutes perpetuated by some of the most powerful people in this country. Not only that, but, like, Jeffrey Epstein hung out with Bill Clinton. Jeffrey Epstein hung out with, I'm trying to think of the lawyer guy, like Alan Dershowitz. These people are incredible.
The reason that I'm kind of, like, the reason that I'm drawing a line under Dooby's contradictions in terms of, like, who he is and what he's advocating here is because he's known as a shit poster. He's kind of known for going into a Discord VC and somebody's in there and they want to talk about XYZ, and he just kind of adopts an opinion. And next week he'll come on and the opinion might be the complete opposite, right? So he likes to, I think, if I'm interpreting this right, he likes to kind of practice debating different points of view. Now, this has the effect, along with his kind of caginess about answering, you know, like, what actually are you, Dooby? This has the net effect of just creating confusion around his ideology, right? There's some people that assume that because of the server that he operates and the large contingent of right-wingers on that server, that he himself is of that viewpoint. And while that's not, like, out of the question conclusion to draw, I haven't seen the evidence. And there's every chance that somebody can be a useful idiot and enable the hard right out of some sort of, you know, sincerely held principle of free speech. So, and I don't really know, and I don't have to know, right? Because it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the net effect of the platform, and the net effect of the platform is, you know, dragging Twitch and a lot of other online politics to the right. So, not a fan, and I don't have to determine what the guy's freaking ideology is to draw that conclusion.
Incredibly connected. He went to the fucking Clinton wedding. So at what point do you draw the line between
Lauren Southern,
and you know, conspiracy and then, like, the authority of the government to maintain hold on, I'm almost done. to maintain social harmony. This is the whole reason why I argued passionately with Socialism Done Left and Dooby last time. So just to show you an example of where this can go wrong, China's version of like Jeff Bezos or whatever disappeared last year.
Jack Ma.
We don't know where he is. He was, and he said something mildly critical of the communist government before he disappeared. So is it now conspiracy to talk about, like, if you were in China and you had this similar system in America and Jeff Bezos just disappeared off the fucking radar and you wanted to talk about it on the internet, what's the line between you're a QAnon conspiracy dumbass and you legitimately talking about the government assassinating one of the wealthiest people in the country? And this is the slippery slope with a modern contemporary example that happened like 6 months ago.
And also I'd say that, whether Dooby is some radical ANCAP or whether he is an authoritarian nationalist, either ideology I would say is pretty dangerous, right?
I'd like to offer an alternative because I partly agree with Dooby, but not really, because so one thing is, I think it's totally fine if people want to be like dumb fuck conspiracy theorists and like spread a bunch of stupid shit. I don't really care that much. I think what I would probably agree to on Dooby is if it were more reserved to like open calls of violence that like could be acted upon, not just like bullshit, but like any group that's like actively, openly calling for like violence or like violent insurrection, or for instance, this is gonna make some people mad, murdering landlords and high-level capitalist people.
Hey, you can't subtweet Mao like that. What are you doing?
People who talk about murdering democratic, when you're talking about like more open and like active calls for violence within a community, that it becomes like a meme that they're known for, like the fact that like the far left is kind of known for memeing about fucking killing landlords and shit. Yeah, I probably would be okay with somebody stepping in to handle that.
Stop that memeing.
It gets a little creepy, a little
straight
weird.
up.
But to be clear, that's never been.
There's the RGR tag. I'm glad you're on board with protecting the rich from being cannibalized, Bad Nick.
Part of the First Amendment has never protected that kind of speech.
Yeah, crime in a crowded theater, basically. I mean, like, I agree with, like, I mean, I was agreeing with Dooby for a second there, but I guess we got off at some point. I am one of those big, scary anarchists that he wants to blacklist the fuck off of social media.
Oh shit, I shouldn't have admitted it.
I can speak to this. I mean, I agree with
shouldn't
him
have
based
admitted
on
it.
the idea of banning Proud Boys and Q, but I was trying to be more circumspect in my thing. It wasn't by their identities, like, you're called Proud Boys, okay, banned. It was more like, okay, are they advocating doing violence? Are they saying do violence? Yeah, that's banned. That's the fire in a crowded theater thing that I feel like it's consistent with our current like application of the First Amendment law here. So like, rather than trying to like, I mean, you're literally talking about like following people's alts around, when you're like, okay, if they change their name from QAnon to QAmon, we're gonna ban that too. And then like somebody says, hey, Q Mao is actually QAnon too, and it's not, and then we ban that because it's like fucking, I don't know. I just that seems like real sketch.
Yeah, no, I think people are expressing seditious or potentially like the speech that might lead to violence online. Yeah, they should be off the platform.
Yeah,
100%.
so not by their name,
I think we can look at. I think if you were to look at like the Torch Network, for example, and go down their list of affiliated Antifa groups that organize on Twitter, you'll find dozens of them, dozens of posts of people outright advocating for violence, advocating for the destruction of property, and all those groups should be off Twitter.
The group's not the individuals. The group's not the individuals.
Let's go.
Both.
Let's go to Mark Monkey. He's been waiting patiently, and then we'll go to Jankles.
Okay, so the first issue I have is very similar to what Pisco was talking about, and I'll phrase it a different way. If you're going to make it a public square, you have to make it a public square. You can't be picking and choosing. You can't be going, oh, this group can't be here. These people who talk like this can't be here. If it's a public square, it's a public square. But what we could do, the better option, is we break up all these companies so that there's a number of different ways that they can compete. And if we do have a government option that is offered that provides no anonymity, I have a lot of problems with that word.
It's also weird to be in the position of, this is something else I realized about these panel shows, right? Is that it puts me as an anarchist in the position of saying, what do I think the government now, the democratic government in a capitalist economic system, what what do I think it should do? As if I, the Revolutionary Catgirl, were some sort of government official, right? It doesn't actually make sense. That's not really like any take that I'm going to have on that of like what should the government do. It's going to be weird, right? By the very nature of the fact that I do oppose the government, and I am one of those big scary people that Dooby wants banned off the internet. And you're going to see later that somebody like Dooby is not going to be satisfied with how far the government is willing to go against a person like me. He's going to want to take action himself.
And allows you to speak openly, but it's attached to your name. It's attached to where you're from. So there's consequences that can come with
No,
what
but
you say. So you would carry yourself a certain way. That might be a lot more doable.
No, I think there's a big problem with that, though, right? Because if we just break up these companies so they can compete, I don't want these crazy-ass QAnon types.
Germany literally bans nearly every single form of Nazi talk. Well, yeah, but like, guess what? There's still fascists in Germany, right?
Finding some.
I mean, like, I don't know. With Germany, it's a case where they probably the denazification was, I'm sure, not an easy process, right? But they do still have fascists, right? They do still have like hard right wingers that just call themselves, literally just call themselves something else. Don't use the iconography of the of that regime, and they're, you know, able to be political entities.
Platform that'll host them, and
they're always going to find one.
Yeah, well, we can make it really hard.
Does Debate Jokerfied you?
Right. I don't want them finding somewhere that'll host them and spreading all their crazy shit on there. And in 6 months, we have people killed because they think that the Democrats are trying to eat babies and shit. Right.
I don't want you talking, Dooby. I mean, what would you feel if I decided that Dooby needed to be vanquished from public discourse? I mean, that is precisely the problem. Well,
Tell me more, Pisco. Tell me more.
That could happen.
Does Donald Trump, the winner of the presidential election,
here?
Which dude, Dooby or Connor, or which dude?
Why don't we actually do something about the
Pisco?
The conditions that drive people to believe in conspiracy theories in the first place?
Because you're not going to solve humanity purely by solving the material conditions. But I just want to jump in really quick. So here's
100%.
Here's Guy 11 Janko's been waiting very patiently. We'll get back to
okay.
So what these, I think what most of these conversations eventually devolve into is like us being, so where's the line? There is no line. You will never find a line. It's always going to be arbitrary to a certain extent. Because, okay.
We don't have QAnon here, but we have Quardinka, and they're not any better.
If I were to say, like, do you think the government should be allowed to arrest people for their speech? All of us would say the answer to that is yes, because all of us qualify it. Well, okay, let's say, okay, if I scream at someone that I'm going to kill them, technically that's speech, but I think all of us would agree, no, that's a direct threat of violence. All of us have our exceptions to that rule. Like, of course, we want the government to be able to arrest people for their speech when that speech meets certain requirements. Now, what those certain requirements are could vary tremendously, but they do exist. And the other extreme is that, well, if someone is threatening social harmony, if someone is like threatening an insurrection of social harmony, you can definitely take that too far as well. That makes you subject to something called the heckler's veto. If enough people band together and make a big fuss about whatever, they can introduce the heckler's veto and say that, well, this is disrupting social harmony. This black person in this cartoon, that's disrupting social harmony. And if enough people like make a fuss about it, we can get the heckler's veto that way. So we need to be comfortable with ambiguity, because at the end of the day, speech is not objective. It never was objective. It never will be objective. We cannot enforce an objective line. That's why we have judges. That's why we have some people who are arbitrators of what is and is not acceptable speech, both in the government and in platforms. So there is going to be some of that fuzz there. And, you know, it's... we're never going to find a perfect objective line that never moves as to what kind of speech is acceptable versus what kind of speech is not, which is why, like, I think it's okay if Twitter does not enforce its guidelines uniformly, because it's not. If, for example, the next president, because Biden being the Antifa communist lord that we all know he is, if, you know, a politician comes in and says something that Biden disagrees with, and Biden comes in and posts a guillotine, a picture of a guillotine. Well, he didn't call for violence. He didn't. But of course, he's the president of the United States. That is a direct call for violence based on who he is. And even if other people get away with posting a picture of a guillotine or something, Biden should not. And I think it's okay to have that human interpretation rather than just rely on a perfect algorithm that searches for keywords. I think it's okay to have that certain sense of subjectivity in how we enforce these things.
Can I just
What am
add
I
a quick
doing?
addendum
What is
to
Irene
James
doing?
before we move on?
Sure.
There's also the fact that that social media groups like Twitter and Facebook have actually been targeting left-wing groups for a long time. You just don't hear us whining about it. We just make a new account and
Yeah,
we
good
go
point,
about
Mark
our day.
Monarchy.
We
Good
try and find our
point.
followers.
That's exactly
But I know
right.
people are on their 5th, 6th, 7th accounts. So, cry me a river.
I'm
logic.
sorry, Kai, I just want to ask, do you have any examples of that? Because the only one I can really think of is Destiny, and that's because he was saying some really fucking scary shit. Like, are these lefties and like
be
they're just like
careful.
moderate, or like?
If you say his name 3 times, you know what happens. Be careful there. You said it once, okay?
Hey, that's my
say
dream, dude. I love it.
Beetlegeistiny is what I call Dad's
I
shit.
have some personal.
Besides, I said
mutuals on Twitter
lefties.
who-
I said
Oh,
lefties.
good point.
I
Yeah,
didn't say
lefties, right?
centrists.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I
Connor.
didn't say centrists.
Yeah, so this is kind of where Jangles, like your point is well received, that like the ball needs to be moved and like social context, who's calling for it, all that kind of stuff. Do they have the capacity for violence? How serious is the threat? Is it a joke? Is it a meme? Are we even capable of interpreting it ironically? Like I take this ambiguity, I'm sure, is like the antithesis of what Dooby wants. So your nuance is actually well appreciated here. But at the same time, like what I want to muddy the water even more. Our society, literally the United States of America, is built on the concept of justified revolution. Not only is it built on the concept of justified revolution, but there are a whole bunch of political advocates that are basically saying that we are on the precipice of a revolution because our rulers are not addressing the people's needs. So if you talk to lefties, it's basically the fact that the material conditions have basically decreased over the past few years, that income disparity has significantly increased, that capitalism is being held up by propaganda and duct tape, and that basically the average person is just completely fucked in our society and they don't even realize it. So that justifies some level of cultural revolution. And if you talk to right people, it's about that they don't care about immigration. They talk about all these problems that we supposedly can't solve. I don't feel at home in my own country anymore. Obviously there could be some racist element there, but at the same time, the country is founded on this conception that if the oligarchs and the people in power calcify society to the degree that it becomes tyrannical or authoritarian, you actually have the justified right to destroy your government and begin anew. This is actually what makes me really grossed out and sad about the storming of the Capitol. Is like, I don't disagree with the concept of the storming of the Capitol or political violence in general, but it was used for the dumbest fucking reason on the planet. Like if Donald Trump was actually Hitler, storming the Capitol in order to remove him would be justified. If we were run by a whole bunch of communist authoritarians who were throwing right-wing people into fucking gulags, storming the Capitol would be justified. But we stormed the Capitol in a context that sucks ass.
You said storm the Capitol, but you also, how far would you take it? Would you be cool with the zip ties? Would you be cool with like holding?
No.
Okay, so
Well,
not that.
hold on.
Just breaking
In what
into
context?
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm getting you right. Okay, I got you.
No, in what context? Because I said no prematurely. In what context?
Well, like, yeah. So if you're bringing in the zip ties to like, I guess their plan was to like, bind the Congress people, and who knows where it would go from there.
Let me answer your question directly, because I think I can have an example. If Donald Trump was running a purely right-wing fascistic society and they were liquidating ethnic and LGBTQ minorities, literally executing them, then yeah, I would be okay with storming of the Capitol with zip ties and holding those people accountable with violence. But that's because we're talking, this is something that I'm actually really passionate about, so I'm not trying to violate any TOS about it. But the reason why I can say that is because I think there's an important balance of power between civilians and their government. And America, the United States of America, was specifically founded to maintain that balance of power. So that's why when people talk about limiting the First Amendment or limiting the Second Amendment or limiting the Fourth Amendment or anything like this, it just starts sending off fucking alarm bells in my head.
Well, what you're saying essentially is that given the right circumstance, you're liable to do a great number of things, really anything, given the right circumstance. And I think that's fairly uncontroversial. Your point about the First Amendment, I think, is well taken. In order for us to have bloodless revolutions, that's essentially our elections, our form of bloodless revolutions. And key to that continuing, and for it continuing to be bloodless, is for the First Amendment, among other rights, to be respected. I disagree with Jangles that the rule is arbitrary. Now, at foundation, at an ethical level, maybe it's arbitrary to have drawn the line at, clear and present. I don't think it's clear and present danger anymore. There's another test now. But applying the rule isn't arbitrary. Saying that it's not based on the content of the speech, it's based on direct calls of criminality. Saying that if there's a compelling government interest, that is not an arbitrary test. And as long as we recognize that what we're doing isn't what Doobies wants to do, which is Doobie gets to decide what's harmful speech and priorly restrain people from having that speech. And I think that's dangerous. And it's not at all what Twitter's doing.
Pisco, you made a crazy important point, though, like an insanely important point that's like fundamental to this conversation. Okay, the way that we are supposed to go through bloodless revolution, the way that we're supposed to institute incremental change so we can address the needs of the people over time is through elections. It's through representation. So that's actually where so for instance, like I've literally,
you notice that he says through elections, through representations, not through elections, through the democratic process, right?
I've run in right-wing circles that are so extreme that basically like they believe the election was legitimately just like fraudulent. They just believe it. And then when I chase down their evidence, it ends up being bullshit.
Yeah, I get your point. Can I just say your point is essentially, given the premises of their belief system and that the machine of democracy isn't working, it rationalizes what they're doing. And
yeah, literally, like these people are insane and they're stupid, but they literally believe what you said, which was that democracy is dead.
Isn't working. Right.
Yeah, Trump, the election was stolen from, and these demon rat pedophiles are gonna, enslave us all with Jeff Bezos / Bill Gates microchip vaccine.
So, I mean,
Good.
Oh, sorry. How are we going to prove intent, though? Because, if we leave it up to, be like, all right, if you believed that this was a real danger, if you believed that there were, satanic pedophiles, then I guess you're justified. Do you know what I mean? Anybody could be like,
yeah,
no,
you
fucking anything.
You throw them in jail anyways.
Yeah. So Nocommentchick, what you said is it's a great question. Is should we care whether or not their logic is internally sound? And their logic is sound. It's just their facts are all wrong. And the answer is we cannot consider that intent when deciding if we're private actors to stifle that content.
We can't consider it when we're talking about prosecution. We can't consider it when we're talking about consequences for these people. Like you have to impose consequence regardless of whether or not these people think they're justified. But when you're talking about combating the ideology, when you're talking about combating it rhetorically, when you're talking about so for instance, I have a brother-in-law who literally thinks, Trump is the second coming of Christ or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's a right wing. There were some right wingers that got passed around.
You have to understand.
I think it's a QAnon thing, maybe.
Understand that to him, the storming of the Capitol is justified in order to even be on the same planet as him. When you're trying to convince him, no, this dude's a con artist. He's a piece of shit. He's been manipulating people. And
so I think the danger in Connor's rhetoric is what he wants to do is tell you, okay, I get what you believe and I believe what you believe. We have the same values, but I also know right wingers. And do you know right wingers? Maybe you don't know right wingers as well as I do. Look at this beard. Do you believe that I know right wingers? I used to be a cop. Do you believe that I know right wingers? Okay, so I know right wingers, right? And in order to get the right wingers on our side, we're gonna have to think it through their, perspective. And it's kind of like what he's doing is he's implanting, a right wing perspective, or at the very least playing good cop, bad cop. That is Connor's thing. He's the good cop, and he's saying, "Listen, I'm the good cop. All right, I'm conservative, but I get you. Trump's fucked up. This January 6th thing is fucked up, yada, 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 right? But listen, okay, the dude over there is fucking crazy. My Uncle Crazy MAGA Pants, oh, he's crazy. Listen, if we're going to get him on board, you gotta think it through his perspective. And it's just what he's doing is he's being the mediator that pulls you over to the right. by the fact that like, okay, well, you know, like we know what's right, but like to get this dude to come along with us, to get this dude, you know, to not get in our way or not do January 6th again, we're gonna have to do this, that, and the other, and that's kind of where it is. Yeah, it's entryism. But I'm talking about the kind of entryism it is. I'm talking about the approach, right? Because entryism isn't. There's different ways that people can do entryism. They could come in and just agree with everything that you say, and say that it's based in everything, and convince you that they hate the same people that you hate, and that could be a form of entryism, right? Whereas, you know, maybe they're talking to those people too, and they're saying the same shit about you, right?
I'm not saying that my rhetoric has worked. It hasn't, by the way. But he's also never going to be a lost cause to me. He's family. I have to save him somehow, or try to.
45% of Republican voters backed the attack on the Capitol building. So
I saw an
Oh my
NPR
God.
thing that dropped it to 18, but but that's still not good.
There's something I feel like I want to bring up here, because when we're talking about intent and like the idea that some of these people might necessarily be of sound mind and just have been manipulated, I feel like one of the big things there would be less to attack the individual actors and more to attack the people who are largely pushing a lot of these manipulative and like farcical narratives.
Yeah, extremely, Chris, extremely.
So that's probably where I would lean there, is I would rather go for the people perpetuating it rather than the people acting on it.
That's why this video is called SJW versus former cop.
I mean, that's not as clean as the distinction as you might think, because when it comes down to it, you might want to believe in, you might want to be tricked. There's something called system justification theory, where a lot of people just want to believe lies that are more comforting, especially in regards to maintaining the status quo. So if someone thinks that they're losing their country, they're more likely to seek out and more willingly believe information.
Oh, I forgot. Drew Welty was on this.
Worldview, and this tends to be biased towards people who are already supported.
Chat. Anivore connection. Clanops. There's your little Clanops drops. This is Drew Welty. This is Anivore's friend Drew Welty. People want to know what I know about Anivore. I say Anivore talked to Drew Welty once, and I covered it.
And endorse the status quo. So I don't think that you can say that all these individuals who were tricked by Trump, no, they weren't. They're adults. Like they are still in large part responsible for their own actions, and that's not in opposition to them being tricked by Trump. Of course, you can be influenced and led on and fired up by Trump, and he deserves all of the blame that we're currently giving him. But we also can't absolve the people who were tricked by him, because they wanted to believe that stuff. It's not like I didn't want to believe that Trump was right about election fraud, but he kind of convinced me into it. No, that's not it at all. They wanted to believe it, and so they did.
Right, but just real quick response, because it was to me. I agree with you. Like, obviously, I'm not absolving like hardcore Trumpers and like making, you know, I don't believe that.
What happened there, chat?
These are all just like poor innocent people that were tricked by Trump.
I'm back.
But I think if you're going to try to quell a problem like this, it's so much easier to start at the people who are doing it rather than the people who are acting on it, because
I think my computer might have gone down.
Like everyone's saying, like proving intent and all that is always kind of a nightmare. So that would be my answer, would be going for the people up top.
I just wanted
I think that makes
check with all the research I did for that. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
No. But like seriously, Jankos, like your point's well taken.
We're
because
back,
like
yeah.
I'm not trying to absolve anybody
looks like
criminally.
I did
If you
go
literally
back
storm the
down.
Capitol with fucking zip ties, I think you should be in fucking prison for the next 15 years. Like unironically.
Differentiate the levels of intent here. One is the kind of local intent to have committed the act in question. That's like mens rea of the particular crime. And the other is kind of like the underlying motive, right? So it's not, if I intend to kill someone, right, the motive might come up in like sentencing. But separate that in your head conceptually from the intent to commit the crime. And really, that's why I think we should move away from kind of retributive justice models and think just of deterrence. Everything, and I don't believe in free will, is just based on prior causes. So, you know, to what extent can we really blame Donald Trump for being who he is? I think it's the same with anything in the world. But let's try to get that out of your head, I think, from the question at hand, which is like, should we, because these people are deluded, treat them better on social media?
Well, I think the only difference should be in terms of like they should definitely be off social media, but I wouldn't like charge them criminally for things that they had said on social media, right? Because unless they started up some website where they were peddling the shit themselves, I think you know, in the short term, the
True wealthy.
legal consequences should be for the people that started. People like Trump, Ted Cruz, people that are running Giuliani. I think these people definitely need like to see like the inside of a prison cell. But in terms of like people who are because these are people that unfortunately are trusted by a lot of the country, right? So if I'm just trying to put myself into the mindset of my father, for example, he's a Republican. He's always stressed with the Republican Party. The Republican Party is always looking out for him. Suddenly, the Republicans are telling him that the election was rigged, the election was stolen. The Democrats aren't letting show you the evidence and yada yada. It's hard for me to say that because again, from like you said earlier, from his perspective, he's a patriot. He's a hero. Right. He if he were storming the Capitol, he'd be the one saving democracy, and you'd be the one trying to trample on democracy. So yeah, I think there has to be some kind of like a separation there in terms of like the consequences for sure.
But your analysis applies to Trump just as well. I mean, poor Donald Trump, he was born with the brain he was. He actually has deluded himself into thinking he won, and he, you know, it's not his fault that he's totally egomaniac. Like that's just how he was born. So that's why I think this analysis ultimately collapses into like, why blame anyone for anything?
Yeah, Pisco, if you take your moral framework, like I don't accept your
I don't buy that
framework.
at all.
So for instance, and I'm very serious about this because I think you could have like a passionate philosophical debate about it. Like so maybe determinism is just real. It's just cosmically real that we are bumping into all of the consequences. We're raised by who we're raised by and like all that kind of shit. But the conceptualization of the idea of choice and the conceptualization of the idea of free will literally alters the way that you interact with the world, where you stop on the precipice of choices and you say, hey, there's a variety of options that are in front of me that are going to have drastic consequences. Therefore, I'm going to evaluate all of these choices for the potential of negative consequences and positive consequences. So even how you conceptualize free will or determinism, regardless of like cosmic reality, actually has like a real impact on how you choose to evaluate choices. So people who are determinists, and like I'm not trying to, morally indict everybody here, but it's really easy to just say, oh, I was raised the way I was raised. I have the moral system I was raised with. I'm just going to do, kind of what's in my impulses right now because I fucking feel like it. And dude, like literally, I've had people justify negative moral choices to me because they believe that they were determinists.
Well,
like
the argument should be, listen, I'm not married to determinism. I'm just not with free will. But the argument Dooby's having, which is, really Donald Trump deserves more moral blame. That's what I'm attacking. And if you want to punish Donald Trump and Ted Cruz more than the individual protesters, that's fine. But justified on the basis, well, it will deter people in the future from committing similar organizational crimes, which we think are worse than the people on the ground. Don't try to ground it in this retributive. He really just deserves more blame, because I think that you'll get on the free will pitfall, and I have to go there with you. And I have to.
I'm going to, but I'm just going to compliment you really quick. You're going to be a great lawyer one day.
Well, okay. I don't think you actually do get into the free will pitfall, because I think there's pretty strong evidence that Donald Trump knows he's lying, that Ted Cruz knows that he's lying when he says these things. So I mean, if you're going to say, oh well, he doesn't really have the free will not to lie or to make the decision not to lie, I mean, I guess, but I don't see how that could affect like any.
Well, he doesn't have
determinism bad. A lot of Marvel villains were determinists.
He doesn't have the free will to choose to be a known liar. So it's turtles all the way down, no matter what. You can't get any lower. I'll just say.
Isn't Father Enrico Pucci a determinist?
That he doesn't choose to have the bad brain he has. So
I mean, what you're saying just sounds like an argument against having any kind of criminal consequence.
No, it doesn't. That's murder. I just gave you alternate theories underlying why we would punish things differently. And one is deterrence theory. One is because we think that we can rehabilitate the people on the ground, but we can't rehabilitate Trump and his surrogates. There are multiple theories that we can where we can have different classes of punishment for different actions that don't rely on, well, he just deserves more moral blame.
Okay, look, no, I'm like, we are actually.
I'm going to let Drew who hasn't gotten a chance. Drew, thank you for joining us. Would you like to say anything on this?
I don't know what the hell's going on. I just got out of a group council.
It's topic one: free will versus determinism.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, what the?
So, okay, well then I wanted to try to maybe focus us a little bit back on the original topic, and talk about Trump himself and whether he should be allowed on Twitter, right? And get away from, for a moment at least, from this philosophical
Determinism.
debate.
Yeah.
Because problem is with Twitter's enforcement, and what was it, Mark Monkey or Jangles? I forget which one. Again, white people are all the same to me. They said that they're fine with Twitter doing things subjectively, right? In terms
Yeah,
of
that was me. And yeah, I'll stand by it.
Sure. All right, I'll just have to take a word on that one.
That's a different.
But the problem with that is that like, you have all kinds of bad actors, like world leaders, on Twitter,
And
that
Sussy
just allowed
Bakas.
to be there, right?
Yeah.
The people who have done much worse than Donald Trump are on this platform, right? China and its leaders are on this platform,
China?
right? Name
China?
the warlord, right? They're on Twitter, right? I'm curious if what was it? Remember the Uyghur Muslim? Not the Uyghur Muslims.
The Uyghur genocide.
No, not that one. Not that one. The other group of Muslims, I believe there were, they got driven out of that South Asian country, Myanmar, I think it was.
Yeah, Myanmar,
Starts
Burma.
with a Y. Starts
So-
with a Y.
I'd
I know
actually
what
like
you're
to
talking about.
start this
I think-
topic.
I think-
The
I think-
Rohingya, I think.
Yeah,
it was?
Rohingya. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, the Rohingyas, right?
Yeah.
But like the brutal regime that condoned their behavior, right? I think they're still on Twitter, right? So of all these people, Donald Trump is the worst. Is he actually the
No,
worst?
Okay.
So I want. That's why I want to go with this. Is that why him? Like, why Donald Trump? You could say that he caused these riots, but like, you could say he told them to march on to the Capitol, but he didn't say, fucking destroy it and take hostages, right? People kind of interpret that way, and you could say it's his fault, but in other places, they're like, no, we got to go kill this ethnic group. Those guys, they need to be exterminated. And they're on Twitter. All right, so go ahead.
Like the Ayatollah Khomeini saying that we needed to eliminate the Zionist regime, right? You could easily make the argument that's like spreading anti-Semitism on Twitter. So yeah, like I said earlier, I don't think this was fair. I don't think this was a fair decision given all the other shit they have on this platform. But I would just like to see this standard apply to everybody going forward.
Okay, I want to jump in here since Dooby talks a lot. Look, if you think it's unfair, I think it's really dumb. Here's the deal. There's two basic ways to look at this. The really easy one to think about is the fact that Twitter's an American company. We're in America. It's a lot easier for them to care about American issues, like the president. But the real issue here is that the president actually did, on several occasions, before the ban, granted, break TOS. Like, he's actually broken Twitter's rules. I don't know if these genocidal maniacs that we're talking about ever talked about this shit openly on Twitter, or if it's just shit they did in the real world. Okay, so they've actually talked about it on Twitter.
Yeah, so I saw several people tweeting out things like, "Is this okay, Twitter?" And it's like someone with 10K likes openly calling for the death of Israel. It's
right. So if that's the case, then yes, they shouldn't be there. But I think it, like I said, it falls under the thing that it's an American company, and they're obviously going to care more about shit that affects them, which is going to be American politics. It's not fair. It's pretty dumb, but it's fucking weird.
It's
Well,
not
the
only
question is,
that,
shouldn't-
though. It's not only that, though. It's the fact that America is one of the most powerful nations in the world. Like, we're a world
True.
superpower. Of course, they're going to care a little bit more than, say, somebody, some president of Myanmar or from the Philippines calling for genocide in his own country. They're gonna be like, that's going to affect, what, 10,000 people? They're going to play that game. That's capitalism. That's the problem here. They're reaching for the biggest customer base more than anything. And that's how they do it.
Oh, yeah.
They are willing to take
So they admitted he
negligible,
broke TOS, but they didn't
damages
ban him,
if
whereas
they
anyone
are
else would have
small
gotten
enough to
banned.
where they can actually expand. That's just
Yeah,
how
it was
this game works.
basically.
And the implication of people who are sort of levying this criticism of hypocrisy is that, well, maybe Twitter shouldn't be in the game of being in the moral arbiter of the world. If that's the belief, then you should say that Twitter shouldn't remove any speech based on content. But I think the only conclusion you can draw from these kind of accusations of hypocrisy is that Twitter should be more consistent in their application of this rule. And if that's the most you're going to say, I guess sure. But we should also understand from I think everything that Bad Nick said is correct. They're receiving a unique amount of pressure on this particular individual in the country that they're from. So I don't think it's like a big question mark why they chose to act on this as opposed to those other cases.
No, but even if it's not a question mark, we can understand that the damage done is real, right? Okay, all those things could be true. But calling for ethnic genocide, right? That's a big bad thing, right? That we can maybe reorient the priorities of these social media platforms. Right? But Facebook, Facebook is actually a bigger villain in that particular thing with the Rohingyas, right? They're actually the bigger villain here because of these lies to spread. And then the lies that they allowed to spread in Brazil during their elections, right? Through WhatsApp, where they were saying Lula, President Lula da Silva.
Yeah, they catch him for
was doing
financial
all kinds
reasons.
of
A lot of stuff kind of
children
happens.
were being touched.
The difference
because, of
in
course, that's
the
always what they
application of
go to,
rules
right?
often
Just
breaks down to
just
like
rampant
who's
lies,
making me
was
money,
spread, and they did nothing about that, right? And,
who's
very
giving me
destructive lies.
clout.
So we could
and that's going to be the theme
get
that
what
you
you're
see
saying.
in the
Yeah, sure,
continuation
they
of
live
this
in,
stream
this
tomorrow,
country,
right?
And they have that credit. I get why, but I'm saying what should they be doing, right? And I think we can hold them to a higher standard. And there's the advantages to that, because then you know like what lines should not be crossed, because now you don't, right? Who knows what line the next person will cross. It will inevitably be different, but they won't know until they've actually already hit that Rubicon, right? Go ahead, Connor.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I was going to say that's actually like a major propaganda piece in the conservative circles as well, is like the unilateral application of rules. Now, it's not necessarily true. Like Mark Monkey brought up the fact that if you're like a more edgy leftist, if you have some, maybe not necessarily violent content, but if you have more edgy content, more pro-communist content, you might get fucking nuked. But at the same time, it's a major conservative talking point that the censorship only goes one. I mean, Jesus Christ. Tim Pool went on fucking Joe Rogan to almost like purposefully not understand anything that the Twitter owner and his whatever like rules and regulations lady
or
like,
whatever.
dude, like oh my God. Like, so if anybody's watching this and they actually like fucking Tim Pool, literally just watch that again, because she literally explains how rules were specifically violated that led to harm in the real world. And Tim Pool's response is not to acknowledge that something bad happened. It's just to ask about the next evidence or the next incident of bad shit happening without ever addressing the fact that he might have been wrong about something. It's super frustrating. Yeah.
Also, we would never, just to put it out there, and I understand that people want more because it's an application of the rules, and maybe that should happen. But in the context of other sort of criminal indictments, in the criminal context, for instance, in this country, a lot of times, or in even your home life, right? When your children talk to you, if you have children, well, Bobby does it, why can't I do it? That's not fair. Like, we don't really accept those arguments at bottom. They can be the impetus for sort of structural changes, but they don't go to the heart of this particular decision. And they're more structural conversations about Twitter and social media in general, but not about the Trump ban specifically.
Well, again, I think this boils back to they're trying to make it a safer place for the most amount of people to use the platform. They're, transgender people don't feel safe on it, gay people don't feel safe on it, black people don't feel safe on it, Jewish
This is a
people
weird
don't feel safe on
debate.
it. And well, they just got rid of head I'm gonna say the N-word. Head Nazi.
Oh.
And who was
Jeez,
rallying
that
them all
scared me
together,
for a second
whether or
there.
not
I was
he's a
like,
Nazi
no.
or not, he at least rallies them all together, and they all rally behind him. So that whether his personal beliefs don't mean anything, he rubs up against them. He gives them some sort of marching orders, and he doesn't actually have any politics. He just goes ahead and like encourages them to believe these things because they like him. So before anybody pushes back at me for calling him head Nazi, I just want to go ahead and clarify that. No, I'm not saying that Trump believes this shit. But
yeah, but if they're trying to make this platform feel safe for the most amount of people, why wouldn't they just like lean into that stuff? Because all the groups that you just mentioned are minorities.
Yeah,
it seems clear that there's like it's not just that, right? Like if that were the case, they'd get rid of Louis Farrakhan. They call it Jewish people like, and he said he's like anti-termite, right? When talking about Jewish people.
How dangerous is
right?
Louis
So like
Farrakhan?
he has a very large base of support in the United States, right? We actually
how
I think
many terrorist
well,
attacks
if you
were
just let
carried
me
out in his name?
actually if you just let me finish, there were like what
I won't let you finish, and my name's not Ashley.
3 or 4 attacks on Jewish people.
It's Maya. Got it memorized.
I think the end of last year
Got it
in New
memorized?
York that came from people who had very similar ideology to Louis Farrakhan, right? So to say that like he doesn't have any effect.
I can't believe, chat, I'm so sorry I got stun locked on this fucking debate, okay? Because, like, yeah, I know it's like a bitch to watch, and it's frustrating, and it's enraging, and it's just, but this does have a lot to do, I promise you, with clan ops, okay? I'm setting you up to understand where the attack came from, in addition to the stuff that I've already talked about with Dylan and Eris, right? So that was the part of the Hydra that I was like looking at, right? And unbeknownst to me, there was a whole nother part just below the surface, right? Sometimes you need the moonlight to shine across that surface to show you the ripples in the waters, right? And we were just starting to see the ripples in the waters, but unfortunately we were like run out of time. It's like a 4-hour VOD. I am not trying to make huge VODs that nobody has time to watch, so we're gonna have to leave the rest of this for later. I guess we're gonna pick up on the second half of the Prime Kai stuff, and we're gonna see like me and Dooby butt heads over language. Language? Yeah, language. We butt heads over language, right? And it sounds like I'm being a stickler, but what I'm doing is I'm noticing how Dooby is framing his argument. And I'm pointing it out. Because I feel like this is something that right-wingers do all the time, right? And Dooby's actually selling himself here as maybe not a right-winger. Like, hey, I don't like Trump, I don't like this. He's kind of sounds like a centrist type dude, right? You can tell, though, by the kind of, like, it's like the spin he puts on that ball. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, thank you, everybody, for being here. If you haven't already, hit that like button, consider subscribing, and consider joining us, because we're going to be doing some members-only stuff very, very soon, of both in terms of members-only streams and members-only chat portions of streams. If I could figure out how to do that, because I want to give you members your just rewards, including the wallpaper. I'm gonna try to get the wallpaper. We've got some Evangelion wallpaper for you right now. Okay, that's gonna have to do for now until we get the new Irene wallpaper designed, right? And if you are a NOCOM level member and you need that, let me know and I'll send it to you myself. And then at some point I need to figure out how to put this on YouTube, because like all this member stuff is something that I think it's all something that I can upload to YouTube, so you can seamlessly log in and be like, hey, let me get my member privileges, right? Because membership has its privileges. NCC and membership is really going to have its privileges when we move over to the website. Nocommentchick.cc. NCC, right? And that's coming up really soon. So yeah, stay tuned for more. You know, I really thought we'd be able. I don't know why I thought we could get through all of this today. I thought we could get through all of it in one day, but it turns out that I did a lot of fucking content this year, and I'm really slow in getting through it. But we will get through it, and I will reveal to you, you know, what's with those files. Nocommentchick, what's going on with those files? Like, everybody wants to see what's in the files. They think I got the smoking gun on the DebateBros. I'll show you what I got. And it is something for the DebateBros to be very afraid of, okay? I'll show you what Clan Ops is and how, at the end of the day, Clan Ops might be you. Just like Antifa might be you. Clan Ops might be you. All right. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody. Much love, And I'll see you over on Twitch because I'm going to do a little bit of gaming stream right now. A little bit of gaming stream. Oh, meow, 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 meow. A little bit of gaming. Meow, meow, meow. Okay, let's see you. Sussy Bakas.